when I did, or like, because then other parcels aren't like that. It's kind of weird. Anyway, um, it's very like random what I can access, and now it's like frozen up. So yeah, so like if I use the creator hub, then I can only deploy to the cantina, and I should be able to deploy to like the old place where we did the CBD, like the 9 piece, where we would always do it, and then all the little, random little parcels that I have here and there. Um,
Oh, this is
like
your own land that you're not seeing.
yeah, I can't. Well, I mean, it's my own land on like my alts. So I spread my land on many different wallets so that yeah, it just makes it more of a headache, but it's just then I delegate them to myself, and so to build on, and none of those are showing up. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. But then, last week there was a glitch that kind of showed up, and it was the land topography. Like, when you deploy to a scene, the hills go away, and it's just like flat then, and the grass goes away, and that wasn't happening to my build and a bunch of people in the area right by where the CBD birthday build is. And so like one of them, it was an igloo, and the land went like right through the house of the igloos, or like the entrance. So it was very obvious, like, okay, there's something is not right here. And then they did something, and they fixed it. It was also happening to the art week builds randomly. So I'm not sure what it was, but they got it fixed. Thank goodness. But I told Vitsky, I was like, because we were so happy. I was like, I feel like I just like deforested a natural area. Like we literally had to bulldoze it down, and we were celebrating the progress of like bringing it back to I don't know. It just felt like I clear cutted Decentraland. It felt horrible, but it worked.
But it worked. All that matters. Get Guess what, Canessa?
What's that?
We have 27 friends in the Beyond the NFT community.
Nice. Congratulations.
Yes, yes, yes. And Mr. 69 would be jealous. You have 69 members of La Cantina Village.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
Wow. I have to log in to see.
I would cut off all applications from this point forward.
That, or maybe a prize. Maybe I should just take everybody's addresses right now and be like, here you go. You guys get a surprise wearable for the first
Ooh.
60 people to join.
For 69, yes, yes. I
I
like
thought
it.
about that, but then I don't want like people to join just for that reason. Like, because I mean, that'd be awesome to reward people, but I don't know. It just, I'm like,
I do, because what it tells you is that everyone after 69 is genuinely there because they love you.
yeah, yeah. Or because they're like, oh, somebody got a cool wearable because they joined. I want that. Like, I don't know. I just want to you know, make it like fair and legit. And it just, I don't know. I don't know what the right way. Like, I'm so bad at self promoting. Like, I should do that, but I don't know.
Self-promoting, what is that? Could you imagine, like, how well, or like what the possibilities would be if like we could self-promote? No, never mind, because a lot of I don't know, a lot of people, when self-promoting is not for everyone. A lot of people come off a little whenever they self-promote. Maybe I'm one of those individuals that if I did decide to self-promote, I'd just come out looking or sounding more, uh, yeah, rug
Well,
pullers.
I guess like what's the difference then between self promoting and then like rewarding people who support you? Like, I guess I don't know why I feel bad for rewarding people who support me. Like,
Okay,
that's why I like to do giveaways that aren't like I just like randomly like, here, I just published an item. Anybody that's on the scene gets one, because it's like that's a cool way to do it. Not like, hey, show up on this date and I'm gonna give you one. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just gun shy right now with the amount of like alts and what they're doing in the marketplace. I'm a little like, I don't want another way to get to for people to gain stuff, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, I can understand by that last part that you mentioned, because like in the first part I was gonna say that may sound like a you problem, because like I think rewarding people that support you is like 20 million times better than self promotion, or yeah, shameless plugs.
Yeah, because like I mean, I probably could like make a cool wearable and then say, okay, anybody that's in my community, you get this wearable. And like, if somebody did that, they'd probably get more community members than the Decentraland account, like really fast. And it would be awesome. But like, I don't know. I just, it's maybe like 2 months ago, I would have been like totally gonna do it. But right now, it's just, I don't know. For anybody that doesn't know like what's happening in the market, it's awesome. Like some people are making a lot of sales, but then the buyers are like listing what they buy it for like 10 mana and list it for 6 mana, and it's like, I think it's messing with a lot of things. It's messing with the floor price. It's messing with like buying strategies. It's messing with my head. Like, I don't know if I should take the wearables off the market, if I should increase the price, like if I should just be happy that I got a sale or like 20 sales. I don't know. I know I'm not the only one that's having that issue right now. Like, it just it's it's just like messing with the equilibrium, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, like I kind of felt like the same like yesterday when you mentioned that like the Ponderer city moat was being botted and stuff like that. It is definitely a tough one. Like I know we had Dr. Drip here up here last week, and by the way, shout out Dr. Drip. Mew loves you, Dr. Drip. And I wasn't well, I wanted to say something to him. Oh yeah, hey, thank you for subscribing to my Twitch 19 days ago. I'm just seeing it now, 19 days later. I love you so much, dude. Please, I hope you didn't think like, wow, Simple didn't say anything. But thank you. Um, but okay, so but yesterday I logged into that wallet and saw the extra mana that I had in there, and I just yeeted it into the abyss to publish an emote that I've had in the pipeline, promised for everyone. I just haven't had funds. So, I mean, in a way, like I guess on my end, like a little bit of positive came out of it. I get to get this emote out, and I'll be sending 5 of them to each person that showed up to the 3 year uh Beyond the NFT event. I have pics, I have receipts, so you will be receiving them once the emote is approved.
That's awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad. So cool.
Yeah, so a little, like at least on my end, a little good came out of the grossness, the dirtiness. But, but yeah, totally. Like like what are they gonna do with those ponder emotes now? Are they gonna just like floor them from 10 mana to whatever mana? Like
I know, and I guess I mean, if you're if you're just like you have occasionally published, wearables and emotes. I'm just thinking like it's different. I don't know if it's different, like better or worse, but like it's different when somebody's literally trying to actively build a metaverse brand. Then it's like when they control the supply and they control now the price and like they control the basically like the vibe that you're trying to create. And I'm thinking very specifically,
yeah,
there's some people are in this room that have done a really good job creating their brand and everything that goes with it. Even like the more complicated burn mechanisms, like after you buy it, you can, that it's not just like you have that wearable and it never changes. Then like they've had burn mechanisms where you can get different wearables because of you bought the first one. So I don't know. It feels like it's just like we didn't predict this, and so I'm like trying to adapt. Like, yay, we got sales, but then that's going to impact like how your brand navigates in the future.
Yeah, yeah, totally. I definitely agree with you that yeah, it's definitely not the same like my situation. I'm the individual that will occasionally post like maybe one or if one wearable or emote a year or so yeah you're right but don't worry guys I might start to increase that here soon we gotta get more drip. Our friend Artista has been asking me like, hey, I really want a Mew Aura. Like, how can I get one? And I don't know how to answer that for him because like they've been sold out for so long.
Well, I have one extra that I'm going to do a giveaway for sometime in the future. So I will just say there is going to be one available someday for somebody. So does that help?
I mean, it's may spark a little little spark of hope for Artista. He'll just need to stay tuned for everything and anything that is Canessa, so that he can find out when the giveaway will be happening. But
Oh yeah, it'll be hard to miss it, and you'll yeah. It's somebody would have to work pretty hard to get it. I have very specific giveaway parameters, um, and that's why like it's special. Like that one is special. If you guys ever see me buying a bunch of random stuff or like duplicates, I it's all just going in one account, and someday I'm going to give the entire account away to probably one lucky person. So I don't know. Sometimes I feel like saying, "Hey, that's why I'm buying multiple or cheap stuff." If I like snipe some good stuff, it's like that's where it's going, and that's why I feel bad because I've like seen some good deals come through, like, and I want to buy them up for this giveaway account, but then I'm like, wait a second. Um, Am I hurting the creator by buying this like relister, reseller? It's just like Etsy. Etsy's just so
No, I
perfect.
don't think you're hurting the creator when you buy and relist stuff in that manner. Hello, good
You
morning.
you
Hi.
totally surprised me because you're a listener, and so I'm like, wait, what?
yeah, I was about to bring her in right after.
That's awesome.
Good morning, Em.
Good
Wait,
morning.
who put me up here then?
Oh, I did. No, I mean like bring you into the conversation, not bring you up to a speaker. Sorry.
I'm
Oh, okay.
glad you
I'm
Hi.
didn't
so sorry.
because I would have totally ignored you because I didn't. Yeah, like yeah. So good. I'm glad. Hi.
Hi. No, I'm so sorry. I'm like terribly, terribly nervous anytime it comes to public speaking. So I generally don't jump up here, but I feel like this is a topic that is almost super applicable to me as a creator, just with my recent items. The marketplace activity that you're talking about. Uh, all of the the rebuys and resells. Just one sec. Hold on.
I love the bird ASMR. I'm down for it.
She distracts me, and then I can't think.
She
So
just wants to talk
she
too.
I know she's got so much to say. Let me tell you. She's a sweet bird. I love her. But no, I'm up here because, as you guys can see, the pink glasses, the M glasses. I don't know if anybody noticed, but they sold out, and almost half of them, I would say, are probably bots. I don't know if they're new accounts. I don't want to explicitly say they're bots, but from the market activity that I'm seeing after the earnings and the credits came out, it looks like half my stock was bought by bots. And that makes me feel really bad as a creator. Like, I don't feel like I sold out organically. I feel like I got taken advantage of. And I don't normally speak on this type of stuff because I'm very new to the creative process. I am inherently an accountant by background. That's what I do. I do bookkeeping and accounting. It's what my degree, what I went to school for. but I have found myself in this realm of creativity. So I think it's super important to touch on these topics because it affects our whole ecosystem and our environment as a whole. It affects every creator, it affects every user, it affects every collector. So I don't know. I just wanted to come up and share my thoughts, and I don't really want to have more thoughts than that on it because I don't know what the solution is. You know, I know Canessa has mentioned pulling her stuff off the market to help mitigate that. Um, Maybe doing bidding processes, you know, pulling it off and letting people bid on items or listing them really, really high and letting people bid, and then we accept the bids. Um, I don't know, but there has to be something easier that's not such a burden on us. Shouldn't be our problem.
Yeah, and then if you ever like, I don't know what your plans were for those glasses, but like in the past you've done with your shoes, like where you can do like you buy a pair and then you burn them for an exclusive pair. So let's say you did that, those owners would have a um huge benefit. Like they could own most of the supply to something like very exclusive that then people can't buy that pair of glasses and access. So it messes with, I don't know, it just messes with everything. And then I'm also like, but you got a bunch of sales, so that's good. And we've been complaining for years, like, oh, I wish we had more buyers, and now we do. And so I feel bad, like complaining that I have a bunch of buyers, but at the same time, like I wish, like for my hula hoop emote, I wish those were just people that are gonna go like use them. I don't want them to just be gone off the market, and in the hands of just like a few wallets.
Totally. And I feel I did have plans for the glasses, and I'm not going to do it because half of them sold out so quickly. I didn't announce it quick enough, so we're just going to have to wait another round. And then, you know, really we saw it with the parasol. So the parasol was a drop for the mythic hair holders. Anybody that had the mythic hair got the parasol drop. So after that, parasol purchasers were supposed to get an additional drop, a free one. And that's kind of how I was going to start tailoring. I haven't told this to anybody. Um, wow. I wasn't planning on telling you that, but that's okay. Um, Basically, I want my drops to be tailored where you buy one, you get the next one free, and it continues. And that's kind of how the base will work.
Like a battle
But
pass.
this bot, huh?
Like a battle pass.
Is that what a
Well,
battle
well,
pass
like
does?
the Fortnite battle pass, you buy it for like $10, and if you complete it, you get your $10 back to buy the next one.
Yes, exactly. Basically. So if you spend 40 mana, so like I think I listed the hair for fifth. The mythic hair is different because I want to make sure that basically you get the value of your drop within your next drops. So if you spend 40 mana on the parasol, you're going to be getting an additional drop that will be listed for 20 mana for individuals that didn't buy the original drop. It's very complicated, and it's the reason I haven't kind of published this idea is because I want to make a nice little cute chart for you guys because I love making graphics. It's super fun. Um, but yeah, so that was kind of my thought process with this. But then I started getting all these bots coming through, and I'm like, oh shit, sorry, I cussed. I was like, I don't know if I can continue this if I'm going to get a bunch of people that are coming through buying out the stock that are relisting it and pulling the mana back out of the environment anyways. So like I don't know. I think bidding might be the best solution here to make. But then it's like, how do you know who's a bot and who's just a new person? And then you're gatekeeping stuff. So, goodness, what a terrible, terrible predicament to be in for a creator.
Yeah, because I think the bidding does solve one problem, like you said, but then if somebody, like you said, if somebody's new, they don't know that they can bid, or even people maybe that aren't like, they're busy, but they want the item, but they don't realize, oh, I can just bid on that. Like I think Doki did that once at Fashion Week, where she put a X post out. So if you saw the X post, you're like, oh, okay, I got a bid on this. And I think it was Mythic, so it was only a few people, there were only 10 available, so it was really like open and close pretty quickly. But I think for just general, like wanting to have something on the marketplace and just have it accessible to all, I don't know. a better way to do it. And then like I think I messed my shop up this week by like I don't know if I panicked when I saw that, like all of my stuff was selling out really, or like they've sold out a collection and they were buying. So I was just like, okay, I'm taking it all off, or I'm like increasing the price. And then after I thought about it, I was like, okay, well that's too expensive. So then I like decreased the price, put this stuff back on the marketplace, and then now I see like the hula hoop emote shows up as one of the first ones because it's considered new, and I don't want somebody thinking I'm like gaming the system to get my hula hoop emote to show up on the marketplace, like. So then I'm like, did I just mess up? I don't know. Just like I don't want to. I don't want to have to like think so hard to like. I just want to put my stuff out there and have it for sale. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the best way to do it is, because right now like the marketplace rewards are really high. Like it's awesome. Um, like I was able to buy some more stuff, so that's really cool. But it's pretty high rewards, so I'm not even sure that they can sustain this level for very long.
Yeah, and I really loved the credits system. I thought it was really great. I've been able to buy like so many other things. I'm going to be able to publish so many things. I think I'll be able to cover publishment for future items for the next like I don't know, several items because I have so many like I want to complete the M designs line, right? There are so many open-ended items that I think could be rounded off, and I would love to complete the whole line, and I feel like I can do that. And I feel like this credit system made it so that I can do that. It gave so much opportunity to users and everybody here. So I don't know. It's such a bummer because you're gonna see it go because you're right, it can't last forever. And I don't know if it was enough to bring in enough people to stay here. I thought Shifi was really awesome. I think Shifi brought in a great ton of individuals that um, I wasn't too involved in Shifi. Obviously, I wasn't in it or anything, but I when I spoke at the panel, it was really cool to see so many individuals that kind of looked like how I felt when I started. And then it looks like they all made friends with each other and like created this little band of women that they can, or not just band of women, but band of individuals. I don't want to be gender specific here. Just a band of individuals and creatives that wanted to support each other no matter what. And I feel like Decentraland has that as a whole, but it also has like individual communities that were here in the past, but also still here now, that were all really great individuals and really great like communities of people that helped uplift everybody here as a whole and did really, really great work here. So I feel like Shifi reminded me of all of those little groups we used to have, and it was so great to see how excited they were. Like, there's so many people that I know on like I see them and I know them now. Like there's Glam Chain and there's Jen Marie. I see a Helen a lot. And like these are people that I'm seeing almost every day now that I don't know, I get excited when I see them. It makes me feel like it made an impact for them and they feel empowered to do stuff?
Yeah, totally. And I think that like Shifi has been just the best example of like onboarding a different community and doing a collab. Like it didn't just, it was like both ways. Like we helped Shifi is helping us, or at least like having the discussion back and forth. And I think that like with that one, because it is a educational course that you go through, I think that it taught new users so much just about like Web3 in general, and like really empowered the users so that by the time they got to Decentraland they were already like, I don't know, feeling feeling like the creative possibilities of like Web3. And we're specific to like metaverse 3D modeling, this little corner of it over here. But I think that really helped just like bring in people that were motivated to do something, to build something. So like, yeah, I'm so stoked. Like it has reignited a lot of my creative juices. Just, I don't know, it's amazing to see how motivated people can motivate other people. Um, yeah, and I can't wait to see it keep going. Did you sign up for season 15, Em?
No, 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 I did not. I have so many commitments on my plate that I need to pick and choose my battles right now, but I am excited to support that, and I am excited to see you guys do so freaking fantastic. And I'll be there for it. So if you need any support, as far as helping, get the word out on that or something like that, I'd be more than happy to do something like that. But no, I love Shifi, and I love what they're doing, and I love how great they did. I felt super bad. I totally missed the graduation, and it's so crazy because I'm up at 4 o'clock every day, but I was not up at 4 o'clock that day. But congratulations to all the Shifis that graduated. I don't think I ever got an opportunity to really say that to them.
Yeah, that party was amazing. We hit 114 people on parcel, so it was like it was 2021 vibes. It was really cool when you're like you can't have a chat because the chat is moving too fast. You can't find people because there's too many people in the room, like running around looking for somebody, like where are you? What are you wearing? And like it was, yeah, that was like crazy to have that feeling again. It was like, all right, this is awesome. And then, like, I mean, we've had different events where a ton of people come in, but then they just leave. And the Shifa just, it feels a little different because they're not leaving. I mean, they're not 114 are still here, but like there are people here building. I know that the hackathon is I think that has also helped. The Regenesis Labs sponsoring the hackathon coming up, and I know that I asked Toxic. I was like, "Come to the space, talk about it this week," and she couldn't be here this morning, but she will, obviously be here at some other maybe next week. And then she's the go-to person for any information on that because there's huge, well, huge to me, cash prizes for that hackathon. So yeah, just seeing like some of the Shifi members come together and they're talking about like, hey, we should like, can we work as a team? Like, can we come together and work on this as a group? Like, that's really cool to see as well. Um, yeah, and like some of them are building on land. Like MetaWolf is awesome. MetaWolf let them use some land all in the same spot. So it's, I think we kind of needed that. Like we needed to see new faces come in and be excited to build here, and then it like reignites excitement. At least it does for me.
I'm so, so, so proud of Tox and the hackathon. She's so inspiring. Like, I've never wanted to do coding stuff because it just makes me mad. Um, but uh, she really inspires me to want to dip more into that type of realm of stuff too. So shout out to Tox. I think that there's nobody better to be in that position for that. And shout out to MGD too. They're a great, great team and do great, great work. And I don't think it's said enough, so I'm just gonna keep saying it.
Yeah. I love seeing people find or like slide into the right place where they're supposed to be. I don't know. There's a Japanese theory called ikigai, and it's like this chart of four different like categories. Like what do you do well? What helps the world? What can you get paid for? And oh, there's a fourth one. But like when if you're doing something that you do really well but you can't get paid for it, like that's not sustainable. So I feel like with Tox, I'm like, she did it. She's like reaching her ikigai, which is like, I don't know. I just like that. I should have been a job coach because like I get so much happiness seeing other people do what they're supposed to do in life. So I'm stoked for Toxic. And yeah, so I feel like we're gonna overwhelm her with all the questions. So I want to be like, go to Toxic with your questions, but also like, don't let's not overwhelm her. But I think she's gonna rock this. So yeah, I we need cheerleading pom poms.
Those don't
I
exist?
don't think um may I know there's a wearable with them. It's a mythic. But like we need pom poms and an emote, and I would like go cheer talks with those if they existed. The first thing.
That would be a good emote 2.0.
That would be. I need to. I owe some. I owe some emotes, so I need to finish them up, and I haven't because it's the documentation is different. Like for if you downloaded the recent version of Blender, you can't use like the old documentation for emotes doesn't work, and so they fixed that recently because I brought it up at the last AMA. So now maybe I can do it, but there's like export settings that are different. So if you're, yeah, just if you're trying to make an emote and it doesn't work, maybe take another look at the documentation. But yeah, that would be a really cool one. That you could have fun with that one actually.
I've had some emote 2.0 ideas, but I've been so intimidated by I think it's easier. Like I made that one emote, but that was a long time ago. Um, and if I'm being totally self-critical, I think I could have done better. That was like my first email. That was my first attempt. And then, you look back on your old work and you're like, I could have changed something about that. So I feel like can we update emote
Yes,
2.0?
yes, you can.
Oh, that's
Be-
great. Okay, maybe I'll do that.
yeah, yeah, because like I feel like that about my old emotes, but I feel like that about my new emotes because sometimes like I swear, like especially lately with the first sip emote, it looked good in Blender, but then when I see it in World, there's like two parts of it that like the arm pops and the leg pops, and I swear it's just different from what you see in Blender to like actually being in World. Either that or I really really missed it. But I'm like I need to go back in and fix it. So yeah, you totally can. Um, you can edit it. I think if you did like a big change, they would be a little hesitant to because I think I made a big change once and they were like, no, you can't because your buyers already bought, an existing one and or something like that. Maybe I'm thinking of the wearables, people that have done wearables and like totally changed it. Um, but yeah, you can update because like I think all of us like when I first made emotes, I was so proud, but now I'm like, oh, that no, I could do so much better.
Well, it's always fun. It's the race to learn it, right? So like it was really really fun to be able to do it and say that it was done. Um, but yeah, I feel like I could definitely update the huddle up emote to I think I would pull the arms back more. Because it was meant to be like a football huddle up, you know what I mean? But I feel like I see people using it more as like a let's take a picture. So I think I need to pull it back.
Yeah, or you could make like a different version with like a football in front or something like if you wanted it to be specifically like the football huddle. Uh
It was that themed
yeah.
contest for emotes. Do you remember?
Yeah, the community, wasn't it? Like thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of contests, Kim posted one on the 9th that I had questions about. I think I maybe sent it to MGD because I saw it was building. Let me see. Fright Night, open call.
Oh, okay, cuz I was thinking a different one that I just saw, but uh, yeah, Fright Night and then that one is you can submit to build a scene, right?
I don't know. I was looking at it. I'm pretty sure it has to be an activation. So this is bring your. Let me look at this little link. I'm gonna click this little link.
Because I know there was one part in there that said, they're only going to choose certain ones, but even if you're not chosen, they'll feature you on the like the Fright Night. I don't know to go around, which is kind of cool. Just because you might not, yeah, like you might have a scene that's not to the caliber of like being official, but like you might be really proud of your pumpkins, and to have that like included is still pretty cool.
Totally. Um, yeah, I was really hoping that they were gonna do a wearable one. I love when they do wearables. Um, but that's okay. Maybe I'll try and do a spooky build.
That would be cool, and especially if you oh my gosh, sorry. Mana's almost 37 cents. Wow. What sorry. Wow. But like if you made a build to go with like your wearable somehow. Like I'm not sure exactly how that would look, but that would be cool.
I really want to make like a shop. Like, I'd really like to have And I don't know, I think Decentraland just made it so that people can have like, you can purchase the wearables enrolled. Did I hear that right? Or was it just displaying them without the mannequin
I
behind
mean,
it?
I know that Lastrum has been trying to build this for years now, but I don't know where the progress is or if the Decentraland took over officially.
And
Okay, okay, okay.
I don't remember. I know they're adding so much new stuff to the Creator Hub that like I can't even keep up with the updates that they keep putting stuff in. And I know Dr. Krillo is awesome with explaining it. So maybe he would know.
Anyways, it's something that I have been thinking about is trying to make some type of like a display case, display shop, something like that. I haven't really had a lot of experience building lands there. I haven't done, I did Enrolled Builder and stuff, and that was great. I loved doing Enrolled Builder, and that was like basically my first time building. And that made it really easy for me because I didn't have to learn anything. Like we were building what we were doing, you know? So I didn't have to learn something new, essentially, even though I was. Um, but yeah, I'll have to try the Creator Hub to see if I can put something really nice together.
I think you definitely could because like I feel like building is like I'm intimidated to do wearables. I mean, you've already done wearables, so I feel like if you can do that, you can definitely go and like, put four walls up and add the assets. Like, yeah, I think you'd make such a cool build.
I had so much fun when we did the dollhouse takeover and I decorated the dollhouse. That was my first time where I had like an opportunity to interact with a build in world. And that was like on the old client and everything. So I know that everything has like wildly changed since then. But that was super fun. And I think I did a lot of that in Blender, but I did learn some of, well, I don't know. I think back then it would have been VLM. I don't know what I was doing.
Yeah.
But I did something.
Well, and they do have templates in the Creator Hub. Like I know Yolantis just deployed for Art Week over kind of in the area where we are right now. Actually, yeah, I think if you look down, you should probably be able to see it. And that is, I think it's a four-piece build, and yeah, let's see. Yep, it's over here. So like you can just take the build, put it in, and then just swap out the artwork. And I mean, it's a pretty cute, like it's pretty neat. Like it's standard, but you could probably modify things, or like if you wanted the walls darker, you could just bring those assets in. So just to even get started, or like if you don't know where to start, that's probably a good idea too. You just need four parcels to deploy it on. And there's other ones like I don't know exactly what size, but yeah, I can only imagine. Like I feel like you'd make something cool and like maybe like cute gothic. I don't know.
I have lots of worlds to deploy to, so I can do lots of building in my worlds. So I can do lots of practice there. And I know Doc just bought some huge parcel. I think it was a 3x3. I think so. But that's exciting, so he'll be able to put something fun on that.
That is awesome. Well, let's see. You brought up Fright Night, and I did find the blog post. It's got $4,000 in awards to be won. Um, let's see. Activations. Fright Night is about surprises, scares, and festive funs. The key dates. This is always the important one because everything sounds fun until you have a deadline. Application is by September 22nd. And then they will select people by September 29th. Let's see. So then also, I see Kim just posted in the Decentraland Discord about like a gift contest also. Did you see that one, you guys? I feel like it kind of like was hiding, or like I didn't see it until I dug a little bit.
Oh, what kind of contest? Gift?
Yeah, let's see. it was Kim that posted it. Yeah, okay. Or no, Kazi. September contest and emote gift challenge. Says, thank you, got the smoothest moves in Decentraland. We want to see your best gift with using avatar emotes. The top three will each win the legendary Call Me emote. How to enter: record your avatar using emotes in Decentraland, turn it into a GIF, share in the Share Your Work channel, and tag Kazi. Deadline is October 12th. And that's just,
Did you see all the ones Tox did? She's
yes.
so good at that.
I feel like that is where the probably 99.9% of the inspiration came from hers. That would be my.
Oh my
I know,
gosh,
but like,
she's so good.
yeah, those are perfect. I mean, and really, what a good way to like respond to people's stuff if the main Decentraland account is going to respond on social media to people's comments, and like they're going to use, kind of animated responses. Like, it's so much perfect that you do it with a Decentraland themed one than like a Apache Penguin or something else from somebody else's project.
Didn't Tox submit like 50? I think she did like a lot of them.
I think so, and I think that's kind of like how she started. I feel like it was TikTok Tuesday, and at the beginning, that's what they would do is like focus on getting those, and then it's
Right,
like
yeah.
branched out.
Wow. That's so great. Awesome. Well, it's awesome that they made a contest out of it. I love that.
And then let's see what other contests. I don't know if they announced anything for music. No, they did. Okay, here we go. You guys ready for another one? Decentraland Music Festival, get paid to create at Decentraland Music Festival. $10,000 in awards up for grabs. So this one's really interesting. Like, it's kind of complicated, I think. The theme this year is sub slash stream. So substream is the theme. What does it mean? Streaming is where scenes are born and fandoms thrive. But what happens when your stream becomes a place, somewhere your audience can gather, move, and interact? Substream asks communities and creators to reimagine streaming as presence. The festival will pair global headliners with new talent and transform underused parcels across Genesis City into long-lasting cultural spaces. So for this one, you can actually like get paid to refer your favorite community, like streaming community. Um, and what they're doing is like offering party pads. So like I could earn 500 mana if I refer, let's just say Pudgy Penguins, right? Because I'm a penguin. If I referred them and they're like, yeah, we want to come here, and they come and they apply for a party pad and get it, I could get 500 mana. So if anybody knows like a community, like a NFT community, or even probably like a streaming community, I'm guessing there's crazy like successful Twitch streamers that you could refer. If they come in here, you can get 500 mana, so that's awesome. And then let's see, trying to find the party pad people. So party pads are 2x2, so 4-piece parcel. And yeah. Oh, and then you can also apply for a main stage slot.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, do they have to come in with their own build, or like, can they
No.
just like come in as a DJ and shit and just party? Because like, if that's the case, I think Make and I have a long network here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find exactly where I said it, but I believe it said if you come in, they will build it. Yes. So two different ways to do it. The open call number 1, party pad, custom built by professional Decentraland studios to spotlight fandoms, projects, and collectives. They're not for solo creators, but for groups with energy, culture, and an audience to bring. Think of them as clubhouses, lounges, or hubs where your crew shows up together and sets the vibe.
Damn, you got. I was gonna fight Makeover Henny Wub, DJ Henny Wubs, but I don't think she has a metaverse crowd that she would bring in. Like she attracts hundreds of viewers on her Twitch, but I don't know exactly how hundreds of viewers would on a streaming platform would convert into a metaverse platform.
Yeah, and I don't know I don't know who else is up here as a speaker. It is Make an old guy. Are they speakers? Because it
Yes,
says they're
yes,
listeners. But okay, all right.
Good morning. Can you hear me live from the airport?
yes,
You
sir.
got me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, family. I am so glad you're tapping in on this. So, there are a couple layers. And personally, full disclosure, I did submit a Kid Call Beast for a party pad. You know, we already have 10 DJs from the Beast who have come through. So, I think the activations are pretty easy there. Um, By the way, last night, just first of all, thank you, Sinful. That dude ran, Beats from the Basement ran for 5 hours. So, and he's supposed to be on the same plane as me today. So we'll see what happens. Um, but we just had our 18th DJ come and DJ. And I just want to say thank you so much to Sin for staying up extra late. And then also just how cool is that? That 18 different DJs have managed to come through and hang with us for what we cultivated. And I really hope and that's why I chose to do it for the Beast because I think we can give back to them and build a little hub for a community a lot of us in here today love. But the one thing I'd love somebody to look into, or maybe somebody could help, is actually for the main stage because I wanted to throw my hat in the ring. How cool does that sound to go for it? However, the licensing and the copyright permissions about launching to the main stage are really pretty tough. Like, you either need to play your own fully licensed music or made, or what you need to do is have somehow, some way to get permission for the licensed music. And even though like the way I do this, technically speaking, all except saving on X, I do have that right. To get the right either to be licensed for Decentraland and streaming on all their platforms and saving music, you actually have to have written consent or written licensing to get on that main stage or at least apply. And that's really, really tough. And I wish maybe they had a little more runway of like supporting those licenses. And I know why they're doing it. But as somebody who's jumping on a plane to go find a place to live and then everything else going on, I don't want, I didn't apply for it because I don't know how to get that really to happen. So one thing I would just say that I wish maybe that Decentraland would do in this case is like for people there, maybe give them a pathway to getting those licenses. Because getting written permission, the one way you could go about it, and I've looked a little into it, is that you could find a group, like a couple different, you know, record labels and write them and see if you could seek permission. But if you went the standard licensing way to go on Decentraland stuff and be saved, you would actually owe more money than they're offering. So it's something I would love to try personally, you know, like what a shot, but I don't make my own music. So it's an interesting concept that I'd love if anybody wants to go down one hell of a rabbit hole, I'd appreciate.
Yeah, that I don't know. I mean, like that would be a worthy conversation with Bay, maybe to talk about like logistics because it's not just you problem. It's like that's everybody is going to be facing that same challenge. Um, Here's the description for the main stage. It says 8 new performers from the Decentraland community will join the main stage lineup alongside global stream native pioneers. So that sounds to me like Neon Pulley and Make uh, could go for this. Um, this open call is looking for okay, live electronic musicians and producers, VTubers, virtual bands, and avatar based performers, Twitch, TikTok, or YouTube live artists expanding into 3D stages, singer songwriters, rappers, instrumentalists already streaming originals, performance artists blending music with visuals, avatars, or interactivity. Cough, cough, Argent, cough, cough. Oh, okay. So that does sound like I see the word original, VTubers, virtual bands. Like that does
If
sound like they're
if
creating their own music. A
if
lot.
you go down a little deeper, it will say you either A, have to have full rights and permission to play the licensed music, or B, you have to have written permission for all the music you're going to play. Now, there are some interesting little ways to navigate that process, including, and I think the best way, and this is where I think there's some gray matter, you could, in theory, play music from a few different record labels and get that permission. It's just it's a hurdle that I did not sign up for that, but I care a lot about artist rights, maybe more than others do, you know? So I really it held me back from applying. Um, but I'd love the chance to try. So if anybody goes down the rabbit hole, Brittany, I know you were in the mood to deal with artist rights down there, girl. Mariana, since maybe an audit of licensing, you could be my backup dancer. I mean, give me something. By the way, also, I'm absolutely terrified right now as I sit in the airport before I go trains, planes, and automobiles to find a new place to live. So bear with us coming for the next couple months while I uproot my family with literally unbridled care to move across the country. Just know Mew is going to be doing even more, and a lot of people are going to have to hold us down while we transition. Sheesh.
You know we got you, and you know that you don't have to do it all. There's a great quote from one of the best movies ever, Alive, where my username comes from, and the guy is like, I'll be strong when I'm strong, but when I can't be, I need to lean on you. And like we know that you're gonna be strong when you can be strong, but you can lean on us. I mean, it
See,
might you come
the
at
kids are starting to freak out. Like everything was cool, but now there's like a going away party and all this stuff. Also, just news and notes, next Saturday, we'll be throwing a party for the one and only Master Waynes, who I really feel like was one of the chief responsible of changing the emotional culture of the timeline for us, and I'm so fucking grateful to Master Wayne's and her joy, no matter who tries to throw less joy in people's directions. That I really hope next Saturday everybody comes and supports and showers her with celebration.
yes. What time on Saturday?
I believe it to be 7 p.m. East. So that's
Okay.
just news and notes. But again, I'm gonna try and go through the rabbit hole. I really do want to at least apply, and honestly, I if I just had a little more time, I would really like to go through the rabbit hole of artist rights. I think as we grow again, it's going to become so incredibly important to Decentraland's success long term. It's like right now we're this little nimble fish in the pond where as long as we don't go to YouTube or certain channels or save videos, we're okay with streaming what we do, especially in house music. But if we become a Fortnite, or maybe that's not possible, but something in between, right? And these rights are getting only managed better and better, it is something we're all going to need to know about, as we are currently the friendship and party platform. Um, it's something that's near and dear to my heart. It's just far away from my time. Uh, So I'm gonna go down the rabbit hole a little bit though, and I think it's for the good of DCL. You know.
For sure. I mean, and not just DCL, but like virtual worlds, like any of them that have a bunch of avatars standing around looking at a screen. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of the same rules as would be on Twitch. You're taking somebody else's music and broadcasting it to a bunch of other people who didn't pay to download it. So it's
So
it's a bigger picture or bigger problem.
like there's a DJ program. I'm a part of it on Twitch, even though I don't have any issues. The first rule is like you can't save the video. So you get a lot of wiggle room as long as you're not saving the content. And that's kind of where the gray matter is actually going to get started within streaming to the Decentraland like main account is more about saving the music than it is performing. In fact, Crypto Minotaur actually does pay for a license that he pays for that allows him to stream into Decentraland, like with permission. But that doesn't give him the right to say to stream and save video on YouTube, on Decentraland, to reuse that video. That's where the majority of stuff gets very sticky. And so where I see maybe an issue in the permission slip or the ability to stream. Like I own the right to stream all the music. That's what I pay for every month. But it doesn't give me the right to save it or redistribute it. And so that's where I'm kind of like with DCL, I'm like, yeah, well, I'm good to go, but the minute you're rebroadcasting that stuff or saving that video, say to reuse the sounds, that doesn't really fall on the performer, generally speaking. And I think that truth should be part of this story because it is something on all metaverse platforms we do need to deal with. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm maybe you're right. Maybe talking to Bay would be the best bet, but I don't want to not throw my hat in the ring for this issue you know but it's something that the more clarity we have moving forward, the better our existence is going to be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think anybody that was here and remembers when um yeah, like some parties involved contacted, I think, one of the bigger streaming distribution services in Canada and let them know what was going on here. And like I think at the time there was talk of like retroactive payment of $50 for every event that you ever streamed music at, and people were hyperventilating. Like, and everybody's like, how did they even know? And come to find out, the person reached out to them. And I think that one catalytic event changed streaming here for a long time. And they didn't have to pay $50 per show, but it scared a lot of people and made people think twice about just taking somebody else's music and streaming it. Yeah, I don't know. I know the topic came up of like, oh, Decentraland should just buy the license and then for like everybody to use. And Decentraland Foundation at the time said that's not our responsibility and out of our jurisdiction, and it's got to be handled at the personal level, which makes sense. Like, I wouldn't want everybody's got to do their own due diligence to protect themselves.
Canessa, and yet any major club, right? Like any club that you see that the name of from any place has to pay almost 100 grand a year. Like in New York, if you're a super club and DJs come in, they're paying at least bare minimum 100 grand a year for licenses to play music at their clubs. It actually falls on a lot of times the venue often. And I would just say the tricky part in this conversation is yeah, I could go get permission or a license from, you know, I know catch and release records. Like, I've already started to think about, okay, what if I just play catch and release tracks and or a couple other places and I'll pay for that license? You know, I would do it and I would go down the hole. The problem is Decentraland is not the artist, right? So when they broadcast, and it's not even the issue of you having the right to play the music, it's really fundamentally who saves the video after and if they're rebroadcasting that music. That's where the real sticky gum comes into this, is that I literally could get 50 tracks from it for an hour, no problem, get the licenses, I'd be fine. You know, I would legally have permission to do that. That wouldn't fall on Decentraland to own the rebroadcasting of that license.
Well, Meg, thank you for doing all the research and like, I mean, you're doing a lot to that is going to ultimately help a lot of other people. Appreciate that. That's not on your job description. But man, you
I'd like to
there.
just declare I currently don't have a job, which is why I
Exactly.
spend all the time dealing with Decentraland.
Yeah, yeah. So just timesheet it, right? Just timesheet it and just turn it in at the end of the month or the end of the decade, whatever. Um, Argent, I do see your message on Discord, and I cannot let you up. I think my permissions right now are kind of like a speaker, but it shows me up here. So Sin, can you possibly invite Argent up, or are you seeing her
I,
request?
s- I see a request bubble under her name, but I don't see any request at all, like for me to accept.
Oh, I see her message.
Okay,
She's
I just clicked on her and added her.
okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Good.
I gotta tell you, you just made me absolutely determined to. I'm gonna go apply for the main stage, and I'm gonna find a way to make this happen. Thank you, Vanessa.
Yes. 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 But let's hear what Argent has to say. Argent, buenos dias. ¿Cómo está? Oh no, I don't hear Argent.
Hmm. Wonder what happened. No, everyone stopped talking.
I don't hear Argent, but I saw somebody react, so I think other people do.
Nope, I don't hear Argent either.
Oh no. Sorry, Argent. So maybe try coming down and coming back up. I I do not hear you, Argent. I see your mic coming on and off. Does anybody hear Argent?
Nope.
No. All right. Let's see. I guess you could try it again, Argent. Otherwise, I can tell Make what your message on Discord was.
And I will attempt to fill the silence by saying hello to Brittany, AJ, good morning, Swiss, Fancy, great to see you, Yolantis, Mariana, Oh man, we missed old guy as a speaker. He went back down to the listeners. Yeah, I don't blame you, old guy. We chatty chat a lot. And let's see, in world I see JJ and Crypto Minotaur. Great to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for popping in.
Hey, Sin, while we have an awkward silence and we say hi to everybody, hi everybody. How about this? 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, I was playing golf in a golf tournament for 2 days. That's where I met Beats from the basement. I went and onboarded him at his house. He went and ripped for 5 hours. And now I'm on the same plane with him to New York in literally less than an hour. You want to talk about how small the world is and how we can build it? It happens with the people next to you. It happens with people on the bus if you're willing to say hi. And it even happens with people you play golf with. How crazy is that, folks? Free makes unicycle.
Yes, we need it. We need to get you the unicycle. If only you brought more people to Decentraland. Make sorry, that's a total joke. We're gonna retroactively get you that unicycle.
I mean, just go down my wearable list, girl. We on board like an MFer. Come on, give me. I love unicycling. Y'all don't even know. There's a great video somewhere of me unicycling in the Bronx like a decade ago, and all you can hear is somebody filming, and they're like, "What's that crazy ass white boy doing with one tire? Shit's getting crazy up in here. I'm moving."
I don't know what I just heard, but I need that audio clip on an emote with you riding the unicycle. Like, Sin, the space better be recorded now.
That literally happened. That I really can unicycle. I won $500 proving I could unicycle like last year in a Twitter space. I literally made my son get out of bed, film me, and in the dark, I was riding my bicycle, giving the ats on my unicycle, hammered, and I won $500 in ETH because I proved it.
That's so cool. I hope now it works the song for me.
Yes, yes, we hear you, Argent.
Yeah. You cannot have more than one microphone connected to your computer or your specs because then it happens that one day your computer fails, whatever, and it seems that then X only remembers the first one in your list. So it takes a little challenge to change microphone, but if you have that issue, you can go where it says it's.com, the navigation, blah blah blah, and there in the icon, then you can change it. I was going to tell you, Meg, yes, great points to all that you said. And you have to know, you have already my rights for to play my music. The only, I guess, the only thing that you need is a writing thing, and that will be no issue because I can do it. So no matter. Only thing is that from the, that you have that long. Well, I don't know how much music I put in the folder for you to actually play it. But don't worry because you tell me whatever you want, and I send the music to you in order for you to play. And yeah, the issue is not exactly that you play the music. Is what you were saying about later on what happens with that music that was played in. Is the recorded video is staying alive, and all these things, who is going to host it, blah blah blah, that person has the rights, etc. And that is the real issue. It's a good thing that you pointed to speak with the record layers. And for most of indie musicians or music producers, you just contact with them. If they for example, if they distribute their music in, because that is, the main issue, that as they distribute the music through platforms like Spotify, YouTube, music, and blah 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 blah. Then the issue is all that thing. Uh, but and and just addressing directly, but I guess it's a little bit. Uh, it would be nice that instead of his DJ to do that, maybe it would be like a more broader, like a, um, I guess, imagine if you want music from this artist to be, it's complicated. I don't know how to say it, but yes, I see why it can be that hard and complicated. Because as much as you put a list for of artists, and in that is the central and the one that is, making all the noise for to get them their music in, the issue will be a similar one. Is you know it's, yeah, it's not easy, but at least I can give you my rights to my music.
Love me some you.
Yolantis, that's awesome.
It- that's, yeah, I'm happy that you bring that up, because I was not thinking in all that thing for the Central Music Fest of this year, and it's kind of important each time more, because nowadays there's a lot of controversy around that subject, and I wish the Decentraland could make something similar that what Twitch did for DJs. That would be awesome. But Twitch works from a list. If the artist is not in the list, probably you cannot, you cannot play that. But if the artist is in the list, it's probably that you can, yeah, well, you will be able to play. If the Decentraland could do that, it would be something similar. It would be great. I finished talking. That was all for me. Ta-ta.
Oh wow, Canessa's gone. I literally walked away because last time I was filling the room with words, I was cut off. So I just walked away for a second. Where's Canessa? She walked away too.
I'll jump in with Arjun. I agree with you. I just think, I just, first and foremost, I just wonder the level of care, right? But if it just comes down to saving things on YouTube, I think no matter what written permission we get, we're not going to really get that permission. So if it's just to broadcast that day, you know, I know I'll be doing it. I'm going to go look for clarification and get it, cuz I think really the best way to do this is actually to get a couple labels to agree or pay for one label license. But if it's about rebroadcasting the content on certain platforms, even if we get permission as individuals, that doesn't carry over to Decentraland. And that's really where this gets interesting. That I see what they sussed out, but it just doesn't fully match up to what the opportunities, how that works later. Um, but I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. And if anything, I'll just find one small label that lets me rip, just to test this. Like, we're going to need to do this way more because, again, Decentraland right now thrives 90% of the time based on events and based on people playing music. And we already spend a large portion of our money, you know, unless you're like an old school DJ who's got records forever, you're grabbing your music. And if you're grabbing your music from places like SoundCloud, Beatport, etc., um, you have the right to stream those. It's just the rebroadcasting that becomes the real elephant in the room, and it wasn't actually addressed in that statement. Um, yeah, that's the most tricky part is how the content is redistributed after the first time. And you are totally right about Twitch. There are artists that you can play without trouble, and then and if you have one, but the bigger trick is if you're in the DJ program, which I am on Twitch, you can't save your you can't save the videos anyway. It's not like they're stopping you in real time, but you're not allowed to save the content regardless if you're in the program and using their artist or not.
I'm going to tell you more. Even if you are the producer, the music producer behind it, or the composer, because that happened for me. I was in the DJ program and I had to stop it because if not, I was not able to, and that with my own music, it's not the music of others. It's my own music, and with my own music, I was not allowed to record it and re-stream it, for example.
And that happened to me too. The track I did with the sorry, we did Reflect, right? I did a mashup with the artist. My name, even a kid called Make, is registered to the song. And I still got my own song that I created with the artist taken down. I was like, I didn't even have time to care because the process was so crazy because the licenses get snapped up by so many people that my own song that I redid with the artist was removed. So, and this is what I'm going to. It's like this stuff is so sticky right now. Understanding where everybody gets to stand, if you're willing to do it right, is very difficult.
The easiest is not to record. I mean, just stream it. That's the easiest because that way you don't have to worry about anything. But you were commenting that it needs to be recorded. That's on
Well,
YouTube and so.
100%. And honestly, the only place that our our Meta Beast roaming parties are saved right now is X, because X right now literally just thumbs their nose at everything and people are ignoring them. But I don't, on any other platform I stream to, I do not record anything. And honestly, X just records it because that's on them. I don't ask them to save it, right? But they could, in theory, take me down for copyright strikes for every show I've done, even though I've had permission to stream them legally by paying for. I mean, we pay $50 a month just in music fees before we get to server fees, before we get to other things, for the right to stream what we're doing, to do right by the artists that we're streaming. Um, Again, I guess clarification is the best thing we could have. And if the answer is play only music that you can rebroadcast, it's a lot harder to do that than you think, on certain platforms. Hi, Gino. You look great, man.
Well, thank you guys. I feel like your brains. I really appreciate being able to tap into both of your areas of experience because you guys are, you're both artists, DJs, but you approach it in a very different way. Um, yeah, so thank you. You're right. It's a um, bigger question that we don't have the answers to, and we might not because we had the same questions 3 years ago, but hopefully we'll get somewhere that works for everybody. Because I want to see you. I want to see you up there on the main stage, make on your unicycle.
If I end up on the main stage, I will be on my unicycle. Like whether I have one in DCL, I'll just bring my own IRL unicycle to the party.
Do you know if you were a DJ that unicycled during your set and we could see that? You would you would you'd be
That
feeling
would be the awesome part.
So
yeah.
That is what I want to see.
I meant to do a unicycle video this week, and I was like all excited to like ride my unicycle around and add that to my backgrounds. Unfortunately, my tire had a hole in it. And, usually on a bicycle, if you have a slow leak with two tires, you could get away with it. But one tire, it's really hard to get away with a slow leak.
I'm dangerous, guy. I'm dangerous.
For a guy with not much to do, I have a shit ton of hobbies.
Like in crypto there's like proof of work and proof of stake. Like you've got the POU, like proof of unicycle. I just think that like if you can prove that you can ride a unicycle, you need that special emote.
Can we make that a badge, please?
I'll see what I can do. Definitely. How about a community? Can you make a unicycle community? Everybody that can ride a unicycle.
One, we're already talking about a second community, one community at a time.
Let's do. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, like it's not like you got a lot going on in your life. You're only, trying to juggle 1,000 things in the air. No,
Dude,
no.
my son's getting his black belt right now, and I'm sitting at the airport to get a house. I'm like so bummed as a parent. I'm going to get blamed for this forever. And yet, here we are.
No, that's too bad.
So we were like roughhousing the other day, and we don't do that often. And immediately he punched me in the head, and it was like funny because he's like, "Dad'll block it," but I totally missed his block, and I had like a welt on my head. I'm like, dude, my 14-year-old could kick my ass right now. I got a black belt, so y'all want to be jerks? Just remember that I got a black belt, and it's my son.
Well, we don't want that, make. We don't want that at all. Thank you for being here. Uh, take care of yourself. And if you gotta let one of the plates that you're juggling in the air fall, let it be us, because your family, it can't be your family, and it like we'll be here for you when you get back. And like we
I
shouldn't
love
add
you,
any
you.
extra stress. We should only take stress away. Like this should be a place that like you go to recharge. Not the other way around.
I think we're building something so fucking special that it's worth it. I think the things we work on here have more relative life experience for so many people that maybe we don't understand all the things we're doing. And it might be streaming, it might be how kids get into the internet, it might be anonymity, it might be the conversations stem so much farther than I think a lot of us ever take a minute to think about. we're blazing a path 10 years into the future for most people, and a lot of our rights are getting taken away, right? Like whether it's how you look in this country, how you what political party, how you want to stream, every inch of what Decentraland stands for really will help shape the future if it doesn't just get stomped out by big corporations who want to just keep taking away our rights. So everything we're doing is incredibly important. And I feel like in our little nook, we're the last line of defense of letting people be who they want to be. And I think it's really hard to answer these tough questions. And that's why I come back every day. That and Mew, hanging out with Mew is just ridiculous. But answering these hard questions, trying to find ways to push through these ever changing boxes, this is what's going to shape what is left of our rights all over the map, you know? And so it's a gift we have that it's a window. Let's just throw rocks at the window.
But what if, what if you have to pay for the window then? Like, what if it's your neighbor's window?
Yeah,
Girl, I paid a lot of money this year for windows, let me tell you.
now I'm curious about that. I was going to ask something about the creator, and you just focus because with all these of the windows, I remember all the windows in the Creator Hub, and yeah, I was I absolutely forgot my question. Sorry.
That's okay. Just yeah, take your time, and when it comes back to you, you've been doing a lot in the creator hub, and hopefully some of the questions you had got answered by Dr. Curlo. I
Oh
think.
yeah, Mr. Jace Tickles and Dr. Krilo, wonderful. Mm, They are helping me a lot for all my needs, you know, with the creator hub. And the latest one, I'm trying to one of the challenges that you were saying, because you said a lot of them. I was working and suddenly I had to stop because I was thinking, where are all these things, all these links of what Canessa, and I'm not sure if it was M or the another girl that you two were talking about emotes and also the creator and also all these new opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if you do, you want us to kind of talk a little bit about what we were? I'm trying to think. What were we talking about? We were talking about a lot of different things. But like, are you looking at like opportunities for building? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, it's because I know that, for example, I didn't knew the applications for the Central Music Fest were already open, you know. And yeah, go.
I think it just came out this week. Let me see. The 7th, September 7th, for the music festival. So it's really new. Fright Night, September 8th. So yeah, these were just announced.
Where do you see all those? Where do you keep track on all those things? In the Central blog
Yeah,
is because
yeah,
really,
yeah.
because I don't find anything.
I know. Sometimes it's hard to find. Actually, I feel like in the past it's really been hard when I tried to find information about a festival. I struggled to go find it. Like just I feel like sometimes it gets buried. But these two are in the Decentraland blog under announcements. So hopefully that's easy to find. And in right when you go to the blog under all articles. Actually, there's a really good one. Wow, this is new. I haven't seen it. It's August 25th. It was posted. It's how to spot scams and stay safe in Decentraland. That yeah, I'm gonna read up on that one. Because I hope it talks about the impersonators. Yeah, so if you are you looking it up, Arjun, or just let me know if you want me to send a link. But if you just go to decentraland.org or slash blog, it's all right there.
Now I say I find it. I did not, I was looking for the link. I was thinking, where the heck is the blog? Where they were looking for that information.
No.
And yeah, thank you very much. Because I was super lost. It's like, wait.
Yeah. And there might be easier ways to find it, like in, I don't know, sometimes I'm confused if I should look it up while I'm in Decentraland or like I tend to,
Right.
I still use the browser a lot, so I usually look it up there.
It would be nice to that all these things will pop more, especially because nowadays I'm these days I'm entering a lot to the Decentraland because I'm testing, so I'm with the preview all the time. It would be really nice to have all those things, these announcements, the ones especially for creators, but not only, popping even when you are working, unless you said no, don't show me anything. But it would be nice to locate them directly in wall, instead of searching in the web, especially if you are in wall, right?
Yeah, and I wonder if if they could, my brain is like, okay, could you have different kind of profiles? Like you get to choose,
Yeah.
well, kind of like,
Yes. Customize it. Yes.
yeah, like Jumanji, you get to choose your character. Okay, so like,
Yeah.
what if you got to choose, I'm a creator, or I'm a musician, or I'm an artist? But then that might like silo you from seeing other information. So what if they used like the new community feature to have like the descent
Oh.
and creator community, and then right there's upcoming events. So maybe that's
Mhm.
another way that they could take it and kind of like streamline the information so that if you're a musician, you're going to see like all the relevant information. But if you're just a user and you're a party animal, you're like, I don't need to know any of that. I just need to know when to show up to the party.
Yeah. And talking about communities, my question was with that. You were saying something about communities that I didn't catch well. But I just, like yesterday, I did that. I found it mine, but for, because I was thinking, ooh, it can be, it's very tough especially for artists, that are bad as, fuck, like me, for promo and all this shit. To have just a community where you can directly to your community, that that you're not going to uh s- mm, spam them or whatever. You can tell them, hey, I'm doing this, or hey, I'm launching my new video or my new tune, in this week. So you can maybe celebrate with me in my wall, or in Canesa's place, or in Sinful's Mew Mew land. So it would be nice, to have all that ability. But I noticed that, for example, you only can do events, if you own the land, or as far as I know, because right now I have, for example, the permissions to deploy, for you. So, of course, but that thing would be in the community thing. in that in the part where you can say in which lands and places you are doing a community event. To me, only my world.
I think you can. Have you tried it? Because
You,
it does
you,
places.
yeah, you should be able to make an event to any place. Like the other day, I did a test event to Genesis Plaza, and I don't own Genesis Plaza. I mean, I wish I did, but
Well, maybe no. To me, m- m- maybe it's because what I am trying to do is via the community inside the community where it says
uh,
place.
okay, yeah, maybe, yeah. If you were to just do it on the website in the events page, you should be able to just make an event anywhere.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if I can make one right now.
Well, Vanessa, that kind of reminds me also, you need to connect this event to our community.
I know, but I think then I would have to like cancel this one on the browser. You have to make it like
No,
you have to
no,
make one.
Meg helped me with this one.
Ah,
So
good.
you just go in the browser and into the event, click on the three dots, edit, and then within there's like a drop down that says want to share to communities, and then you say
Okay.
community. Yes.
Let's see if I can. Thank you. That's good. Let me figure that out. I know, because I was like, I don't want to have.
I was
I don't
saying,
want to go through all that.
yeah, I was saying the same thing. I'm like, I don't want to cancel my current event because like it's already, gained a lot of love.
Yeah.
Can you hear me right now? Because I switched to my headphones. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you guys just please write my wife and say Sinful said I was helpful? Other than that,
I mean, we can go above and over the
I
moon and
was
be like,
totally kidding. There's a few things I'd like to tap in actually on the community thing. One, yes, that is extremely helpful. After you create your community, once you go back and edit, it is available. The one thing I would like to know about, because there's something that's, allows people to share their photos. And if it's at an event, I think they have to make their photos public or certain photos public to actually go into the community. But also where it's asking you right now to go to like do the terms and conditions, they're not working. Talked to Kim about that yesterday. I also think if we further on to the community, besides just the chat, pictures, and whatever, I think we should be able to make it a little more like a page with people responding and a little more life to it. I know good things to come, because I think it's a really amazing way to cultivate the people around us.
Yeah, and have, for example, is for artists or a content creator or a designer or whatever. Sometimes it's very grateful to have some people that just pop and tells you something beautiful about what you're doing. And sometimes it's that thing that is so uh, my English to the shit. It's just ephemeral, that is beautiful also sometimes because it's ephemeral. It's nothing that is in social network, and that of course is good because you need them to be known and all this shit. But it's like more cercano, more close.
You know, just another thing, if we're talking about those, and one thing I think would be fantastic is if they incorporated those other page badges. And I don't mean to do it, but I mean sometimes when somebody has a good idea, You incorporate a good idea. Welcome to how this all goes. I think the badges, POAPs were missing. Other side badges have become, in this short run around our ecosystem, POAPs, right? And I think it'd be great to have little mana minted POAPs for events that we don't have to go anywhere else to do. I mean, they're great. I mean, they're on Ape Chain. It's fun to see them. You could do a lot. There's a lot of ways that you could take advantage of them. I think it'd be a great ad for us.
That I'm lost. I don't know exactly what events are you talking, but if you want that, I was thinking it would be great that, for example, you can have badges for your own community, also in Decentraland, for exactly the same things that you were saying.
So, Arjun, right now on other page, and Stoney's using them, I'm using them, I think Vita's using them. Every event they do, you can now collect one of their badges. And they're essentially POAPs, and you can have them because you are in a Twitter group. You can have them released because other people have badges. You could do it based on going to a party. You could do it based by a code, and they work really great. And honestly, I think they're fun to collect. I really love, personally, being able to use Pinch's art that he's made every week for us for a year plus, and do something a little more that's on chain, with that art for people. I just think it's a huge win. Like, we all love to collect stuff.
Yeah, it's a beautiful idea. But right now, how, for example, you do it? You don't do it with Decentraland. You do it on your own, right?
So right now we go and make it on other page, which is essentially just like micro clubs, like communities for your stuff, mostly for ape chain related projects, but that's where they're getting used the most. However, again, Stoney's got his project, the Graph Kids, on Ape Chain, and a lot of people are doing stuff. So it's its own landing page for communities, and really, this is their way to drive people and get people involved.
I will ask you those links later on Discord. Thank you.
I'll send you, if anybody still wants to collect last night's badge, it's open until Wednesday. You can find all that information in the MetaBeast Roman Party fan page, but I will send it to anybody who wants it before I get on an airplane.
Me.
Okay, friends, I just typed in world. Mana is a top mover. If you look at at least Coin Market Cap, I know that's not the best. But Mana is we didn't get the memo. I don't know why it woke up and suddenly decided to have a great day, but we're up 16% in the last 24 hours. If you look at the charts, there's nothing much. There's nothing moving like we're moving. I don't know why. So that's going to bring more eyes on Decentraland. That's going to bring more people into just the looking at the coin side of it, which I kind of hate looking at the coin side of it, but I also we have to look at the coin side of it. So, y'all, when you make those social media posts today, when you're going to ABC, Decentraland, Lost Cat, everything, not financial advice. Probably don't put financial advice, but put the mana, the ticker token, the $ MANA, because there's probably going to be people maybe looking it up and seeing what this weird little mana is for the first time. And it would be awesome if you look up the mana ticker right now, like the coin or just that on crypto Twitter, it's going to bring you up a lot of different charts. And I think we need to, and I think it brings up charts and then my posts, but we probably should be using that way more because that It's going to bring in people that don't know what we're doing. They're just like looking at the charts and they're like, I don't know what this, like they might not care about our little metaverse, but they're going to notice the movement. And then that's going to, I don't know if then they like the next move is to come to crypto Twitter. That's probably not the natural trends, aggression of it, or like the natural chain of events. But let's say they do come to crypto Twitter or just anybody, they see it trending. Like if we got that trending on Twitter, that would get more eyes on it. I know when Sin and I and a lot of people did the 24-hour music event, like we were using the Decentraland hashtag so much that it started trending on X. I don't know if that was just like within like our certain little niche market or if it was, like all of X. But might want to use that more often. I know that like there's difficulties with like main accounts using that because you don't want to like not financial advice, you don't want to get caught up in like that, but we should use it, little creators. We can use that and it makes it so much easier. Like if I was an outside person coming in right now and I see this coin moving and I look it up on X, all I'm gonna see is like spammy charts and then a few posts by some weirdo named Canessa. But like if we actually had content in that ticker post where they're like, whoa, something's happening in wherever Decentraland is, like whatever it is. I don't know.
I hate
I
to
think we should do
say
it.
it, it's probably because of the bots buying up the wearables that they're getting from the stuff realistically, and then the movement of them selling it. Like, there's enough transactions between the buying and selling and the rewards. I mean, we've had more movement from that than anything. I know it's not perfect. It sounds terrible with the botting and taking advantage. I wonder if there could be a cool down period on how long it would take to sell the wearable if you got it with um, rewards.
I don't know, and I could wearables really move the compass against ETH? Like, like there's a good saying like, will it bleed against ETH? Like I that would be a lot of movement, like a lot of volume, not just like wearables the amount, but like I don't know. When you look at how the entire market is doing compared to Decentraland, like if that's all it is, then damn, like we should be
I
doing
mean,
this a while ago.
honestly, a lot of people hold it, and when they see transactions on the blockchain plus like auto sell, whatever highs and lows, yeah, it could definitely be it. I don't think we've had more movement than what's going on right now. Even the people who aren't selling, I've definitely gotten a ton of wearables since this happened. That's still a transaction on the blockchain. So the more that happens, even if we're a small group of people, if that's say 400 of us and we're all doing that, and then some of us are botting, whatever, playing the game, I think that could be enough movement to have people notice.
I think what if we were wise and organized, we would like, I mean, we could do it right here in this room, but like if we took a Saturday and we did what we did at the 24-hour music festival, if everybody committed to, it doesn't have to be 24 hours, but let's say you committed to 12 hours, you put a post out every hour with, these are the hashtags. I mean, it like the meme coins do it all the time. Why can't we be just a little bit more organized, like with our posts? I think that one event just showed us like, oh, okay, like we actually can show up on the timeline again. Like I don't know if that was if we showed up on the real timeline, if somebody that isn't following Decentraland, like maybe that doesn't show up. You know how like my timeline, it's Pudgy Penguin everywhere. So I think, wow, they're really doing amazing. But it's because I follow a bunch of Pudgy Penguins and the algorithm is like, all right, this is what Canessa wants to see. So I don't know, but I feel like we should we should organize. Like, this would be the perfect time. I don't know. Be cool to it would be cool to be a little bit more organized, so that when we do have a pump like this, we can be like, all right, now we're gonna like throw some lighter fluid on this fire and just. Psh. I don't know, but is that right or not? Like, I don't know.
My question is, that I'm very very bad with those things, so I'm still confusing on. So right now, then it's good for selling or purchasing mana.
I guess
Sell, sell, sell. I'm just kidding. Hodl.
I think it depends on where you think the future price of mana is going. Like, if you think that this is a little pump, we're going to go up to 29, and then we're going to retrace back to, or sorry, today I say 29, 39, and then retrace back to like 32, where it's been more comfortable for, the past few months. Then it would be a good time to like take profits, buy a bunch back in, like, lower. But if you think that like Decentraland's going to be around forever and it's going to be a good investment, and you're going to want to publish wearables and emotes in the future and land, and this is the last time it's ever going to see 39 and to the moon, all the things that we tell our mind, then it would be a good time to buy. So I don't know what the right answer is, but it's compared to all the other coins, like I've lost my page. Oh no, yeah. So it's up 19% right now in the last 24 hours. And if you look at all the other coins, the next top mover in the top 2 pages is like 18%. So it is pumping for some reason, and like it might be something out of our hands, like moneymakers just choosing this coin, like, all right, the charts look ripe, let's just do something, let's pump it and see what we can do. I don't know.
I wonder if it has to be with the chess tournament that is happening right now in Decentraland.
I think when we're talking about like this kind of coin and like the conditions, I think it's way bigger than like smaller catalysts like inside Decentraland. I feel like it's institutional money like Binance and Coinbase and different places that buy and sell mana all the time, like as an investment.
I'm pretty sure it was the MetaBeast Roman party last night. We were
You think?
absolutely going off.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
one. Yeah, I don't think any like singular event or any event in world would affect a token unless like within that event there is like an incentive to like, hey, we have this 500 or 1,000 mana wearable, and then we have 1,000 people buying thousands of mana to buy this 1,000 mana wearable.
It's funny, Sin. I reinvested our Twitch earnings of $2, and I thought we were just getting back to it, buddy.
It was you. It was you buying like a whole like
$2 Chuck,
7
buddy.
tokens.
7 tokens in the building.
You only got $2.
Well, I think we should look at this a very different way. We got $2, girl, on Twitch, and even funnier, it was the DJ who went all night who tipped us $2. In fact, I got a sub for the first time. I'm like, I don't even know what to do with this. And it was still the DJ.
Now that you're saying this, we didn't just make $2.08 make. We made okay, you got $2.50 from that plus another $2. Okay, so we are up to $4.50. We made $4.58. $4.58. I expect my cut at my desk by tomorrow morning. Thank you, Make.
I would be more than happy to send you that, buddy.
This opens another question for me that is feeling for long, but did you realize that especially in the, I don't know, from 5 years to now, people tip less to musicians and DJs and so on in metaverse events?
I think the truth is, Argent, it depends on the platform and the model, right? Like people in Decentraland will purchase wearables. We don't really have a tipping culture, and I don't know that that's right. And where, there was a certain period of time where people would pay DJs to come do events. I don't think we're at that point. And really, it's just like the Twitches, the abstracts, um, maybe Kick, that people are into that tipping culture and they're hanging out. We talk about what is the right thing to do about this so much. It's crazy. And even when we do get tipped, like, even the funnier thing about that, Argent, is like, let's say, again, we have a DJ on our streams, then we share like, if we get, say, 400 Pengu, we split it 4 ways. But if there's like Cat 5 who's used to getting tips and he does most his streaming on tipping platforms, we don't take that back. And we don't ask, and I wouldn't. It's a very sticky thing. We spend a lot of time trying to figure out what's right, because really, at the end of the day, the last thing I want to do for the people who show up to us is be like, hey, can I have money? I want to give people who come to our parties free stuff for coming and being with us. It's a very tricky dynamic to figure out. Some people are better at that than others. And then, it goes into people getting upset when they're like, oh, well, Decentraland is paying people to do this. It is incredibly expensive to do the DJ thing legitimately on Decentraland currently. I know they have tools getting better. Great example, the RTMPs right now will not allow us to change over servers for me to syn. And there's a reason we're still both paying for servers. Because all the effort we put in every week to do this, we want this to be the best experience. And quite literally, the last thing I want to do is like have my hands out to the people who show up for us. Um, there are a lot of levels to keep growing, and I know we're going to do it. I think some people are very successful at the tipping subculture. Generally speaking, it's Twitch DJs where that culture is kind of ingrained and built into the experience. Um, yeah, I would love to make more revenue doing what I am doing. I believe that is coming from what we are doing in bigger stages. I really want to see the MetaBeast roaming party live every month, if not more, not only in the city I'm heading to, but with the DJs who come in. I see a broader future where this goes even farther for all of us. But the microtransaction thing, I'm very uncomfortable with. All the little things between it are difficult. I love giving the wearables we make to the people because, dude, the people who show up for us every week and are making this special are the same reason 18 DJs have now come to play at the MetaBeast party, because they feel special because of the people coming. It's a very tricky amount of math to get
I
right.
sorry, Meg. I think this goes back to, I mean, it was mentioned by Dre the Noid on Beyond the NFT. Um, the 1,000 fan theory or the 1,000 follower theory of like, a creator, a musician, artist can become successful through through just having 1,000 solid fans uh supporting their work. So I perhaps like that's like where these successful individuals that like make it through their tips um are gaining their success through having this vast um this big family.
I think the truth is coming in every direction, right? There are programs right now from DCL that will give people opportunities. There are more opportunities to get on stages and do things together. I think that is extremely wonderful. I also think there's more truth coming in our direction about what the future holds for so many people. Miss Cat 5 just tried, he's been streaming like 12 hours a day and he did a coin. I have some, you know, it's a very interesting topic. And I think everybody who comes in, all the DJs who come in, are always like, well, how do we take this next step and monetize, right? Because we're paying and we're doing and da 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 da. I'm like, man, we're gonna, we're all trying to figure this out. I mean, AJ rocks Farcaster, and that's got a culture. Um, you know, right now we're a small unit doing big things, and hopefully there are just more things built into. I really have some interesting ideas on the concept, and I really want to gamify streaming where people could get rewarded and creators could get rewarded, and I think it's closer than we think.
Meg, what if it was like as simple as, I mean, when we have wearables, we buy and sell them thinking that we're buying and selling clothes for our avatar, but like they're really just NFTs. So what if there was a wearable, like a like wearable NFT made? It's not a wearable, but it's like a little token or something. Maybe it's something like a ticket that the avatar holds in its hand. It's in like, I don't know, the hand category or something like top head, but it's like it's just specifically for tipping, and it's like 1 mana or 2 mana or like something, maybe tiers, like 1 mana, 5 mana, 20 mana. I'm just thinking like
Totally.
tipping level.
And
And like I'm buying that knowing I'm tipping you. I'm not buying your wearable. Like it's just different. And like my brain is like, then on Dr. Drip's website, I can like redeem 10 of those for like a super cool wearable, somehow like have future utility where you'd want to, like, there'd be incentive to tip people. I don't know.
so
That I did in other platform years ago, and it worked very well. It is in the other platform were like gacha machines. I'm talking of Second Life. And in the gacha machines, you can do transfer items that you can, if you purchase, because you are doing the gacha to obtain the ultra or the one that you want, the object that you want. The thing is that you get a lot of commons, for example, or get a lot of rares, but what you want is the ultra. So in that platform, what we had as the creators were the ability to for example, allow that if someone had purchased it, like had spent a lot of money in your machine to obtain an ultra rare, but it was not possible for them for whatever reason to obtain the ultra rare. If they accumulated, for example, 10 or 20 of the commons, or they could change that by the ultra rare. So it was a way to make sure that the people at the end, because people can get lost now. Gachas are prohibited there, because
because they got in trouble just like loot boxes.
exactly,
Yeah, I
exactly.
will
But
say, Argent, it's not it's a good idea. I go back to two things, and honestly, totally honestly, and this arose through another DJ we had on, misunderstood that somebody else came in and restreamed what we were doing, and not the typical character, but like somebody who came in for the first time, saw it on X, and he made like $100 in tips, and then the DJ who was in our production chat thought we had made $100 in tips, and he would no longer speak to me, thinking we were just making money off of his performance when it was really a third character who was making money, and we were trying to figure out how that was happening. And so it has spurred many questions on the back channels, and we have since, it took about 3 months, but it worked out. But all of this stuff is very interesting. We also, in our new build, which has been a little delayed, we do have a tip jar. The thing is, how do you make that tip jar still fun for the people who do tip? I have some really fun ideas. And I go to the broader brush that I still don't really want to make this about the people who come in and feeling the need to do that. Like right now, the presence, the old guys, the Canessas, the Drips, the Ulantises, the Britneys, the people who come in and make this worth doing, that's not the bottom. You know what I mean? That's not where this should be. Like, y'all unite what we're doing. You guys are giving a platform by showing up. Your attention, that your responsibility, attention, you giving up a Friday night for M and Drip to be in there. That is a fucking huge reward to us. That's why we turn around and do this again. There's a missing factor here, and that's whether that's meme coin people or, you know, just like in Decentraland's past, when Abstract, Doritos, you know, there's another layer of advertising. Like as a photographer, I did tons of editorial on my back almost for free, but then I shot and photographed advertising to make those huge checks. And I would rather still in the future, the advertiser or these next layers are the ones rewarding us and not platform or micro people who are already giving up the most precious thing they have, which is their time and their choice to be there. It's a very
100%.
complicated set of math that I'm not always comfortable with. But that's why artists starve.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like that, especially because, for example, we know a lot of us can have or don't have money for, but you love the to go to and it's good also that the people that doesn't have the resources can attend and be part of the culture. The culture should be open for all the people and not close it just for the privilegiados ones, you know. So I totally agree. I think there should be another ways to do it, that micro, these little things. I also have to say that when someone is tipping you and is tipping you from the heart, even when it's just very little, is also appreciated. But is that important? The true important is sometimes just communicate the feelings. At least for me, for example, ensure you also have the experience like that. That when someone stops you and tells you why what you're doing is important for themselves and how it's impacting them, impacting back, is this feedback or of that is very beautiful and it's energetic. And it's a pity if we close it only just because money and we need to pay bills.
So
So,
I'll just
you know.
say, even though like it's been a little lumpy with the wearables when it comes to the credits, if you could earn credits, but then you could tip artists or a project or a community in credits like a boost or anything else, there's still a lot of opportunity to explore. And there are programs right now that give, you know, creators a shot if you apply and get them. And I'm very grateful that those opportunities exist. And we're going to keep figuring this out because ultimately it's the best place to party on the internet. Having to say that, I love you guys, I gotta go fly and find a house for my family, so I'm gonna go now. But I love y'all.
Buena suerte con eso, Mike.
Huge love.
Good luck with that
Can't
and a lot of love.
we out here, fam? Let's build that MF future.
Fly safe, Make. Don't let those wings get tired. And I think Odd Job, you had come up a while ago. Thank you for coming in, tapping in. How are you? Hope you're doing well.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay.
Hola, guapo.
Hello. Hola. ¿Qué tal? How are you, Argent?
Te he visto y he dicho, "Ay, it's here."
This week and next we've got an exchange student from España, from Madrid. And I know later in the year, Rowan, our youngest, is going to go over to Madrid as part of the exchange, and Paula and I are talking about flying over there to meet them, and then like extending their vacation because it's at the very end of the school year. Just so you know, it's still up in the air, but I will be pretty close to many of you. So just wanted to let you know that right now. It's not definitive, but stay tuned. Watch this space, and I'll let you know when I know more. But I wanted to just sort of piggyback off of what Make was talking about, and the discussion was sort of revolving around just the tips, and I think about how it happens in the real world, right? If you're a busker, somebody who's got their hat on the ground or their guitar case on the ground, you're out there and you're just performing, and people come by, and it's like it's whatever spare change they've got in their pockets, and it's that compulsion, right? That there's something that the performer is doing that connects with the passersby, and it's a very simple thing to reach into my pocket, pick it out, just pull it out just a little bit, and then just drop the money right into the hat as I'm walking past. It needs to be something super, super convenient and almost like an afterthought, so that when we're caught in the moment of, we're moved, right? Our souls connect to one another through music, and when we are so moved in that way, either by a live performance or by a DJ live performance of blending different musics and genres together, or sporting event, or whatever it is, that it needs to be super easy for people to do, right? So it's almost like an afterthought. It's that impulse that we are taking advantage of. Um, and I don't know that there's anything out there that's like that in Decentraland. On other platforms, there are uh, super simple to send stuff uh, on. You guessed it, Farcaster, and on the base app. Um, you can just send stuff. The wallet, the integrated wallet that's in the Farcaster app is super simple. So it's I I know it's possible. I haven't tried it, but um, if everybody had some sort of Farcaster account, it wouldn't matter what wallet you wanted to specify, just by the sheer connectivity of the social graph on Farcaster. You can just type in somebody's username and send them something, and it'll get to them, right? And it'll just, if it's on Solana, if it's on you know what is it uh, Optimism, or whatever, uh, it's uh, it's gonna get to them, and uh, swapping from one chain to the next, or from one L2 to another. Uh, they've done a really good job at finding the cheapest route and making it super fast. And that's both Farcaster and Base. Like right now on Base, um, any transfers you do, any swaps you do within the Base ecosystem, it's like gasless. It's free. I don't know how long that's going to last, but they're trying to onboard 1 million people. So they've started to put resources behind that. So yeah, it's like if you want to see a way that it's pretty seamless and very similar to that experience that I was mentioning earlier with the busker, go check that out. I just checked I think like the previous year, last year in 2024, I was up to like $1,400 that I had collected through through Farcaster. So let me go to my earnings right now. Yeah, so far I'm down this year, right? I'm more than halfway through, and I've got like $294 in earnings, and that's just through people sending me money, getting money directly from Farcaster, or through the tipping. And that's the thing about it, it's permissionless, right? So there's like 12 different tipping apps. The one that's the most interesting to me right now is called CoBuild, and I know that Sinful, you asked about that recently. Basically, what CoBuild is people list publicly what their token is, what their preferred token is, and that can be a creator token. But when I like, or when I retweet or repost or recast your work, or if I make a comment, or if I follow you, each one of those social graph interactions has basically a dollar value assigned to that. And by committing a specific amount, right, you just create a budget. So I think like recently it was $5, right? $5 in USDC. And every time I liked somebody else's post, I would then use 10 cents USDC to purchase that other person's token. And if they didn't like create their own token, it would look for the closest analogy to that, which is if they created an account on Zora, then you get a creator token that's created there, or you can go in and specify your own. So without getting too complicated, you can basically launch your own token. If you were a DJ, you could set it up so that that's your preferred token, and then anytime anybody goes in and likes one of your posts or your casts, they're going to buy 10 cents worth of your token, which is different than just sending you $10 UDC, right? USDC. It's quite powerful because then it starts to enlarge somebody's market cap. There's a lot of interesting things that are happening right now is what I'm trying to communicate to everybody. And it's something that you may want to just investigate and play around with. And it's not going to it's an opportunity cost. I don't think it's a large, cash outlay in the slightest, because you can determine how much you want to budget for that. So just wanted to mention that. I would still love to have some sort of some element of the Base ecosystem brought into Decentraland, only by the sheer possibility of numbers of people that are interacting um, on that L2 chain, L2 network.
And I guess they don't do it because then maybe can interfere with mana value.
I don't know. I don't understand token economics like to a large extent. I just know about the tools that the developers are building on top of some of these networks. Um, and for the networks, something like Optimism, something like Polygon or Base, it's what is it? It's like $100 million each day of volume that's going through there. So like, how much of tiny little Decentraland transactions is that going to um, increase or decrease their bottom line? I don't know. I don't know why it is or isn't done, other than the fact that it takes time to develop something like that, and there needs to be an audience for that. So I think what I see is if something like that were developed, it would be able to bring um, an audience into Decentraland, because there's already people on Farcaster and on Coinbase, uh, more specifically, that are already using that, and there's a lot of support and development behind that. I don't know the difference in terms of number of devs or even money, comparing Polygon to Base. Like, I wouldn't know which one wins out. I'm just expressing what I've experienced, and it just seems like there's a lot of interest and activity in that space. And it's like you wouldn't have to develop a whole ecosystem. There's a lot of people that are already building out those parts. It would just need to be a small piece of that. And I'm not saying that it has to be Base, right? I mean, somebody could totally do this on Polygon. Like, Polymarket is huge, and that's all based on Polygon, right? So it doesn't have to be on Base. I'm just saying that there are these tools that are out there. There are people that are making this as seamless and as frictionless process as can possibly be, and super cheap, right? Like, every time I make a transaction, um, utilizing ETH on Base, and it gives you that estimate of what the transaction is going to cost. It's almost always, if it's a native transaction and not something through a mini app, it's almost always going to show less than 1 cent for the transaction, and that's a great gas price any day.
I still a little bit lost on all related to finances in crypto, but I truly appreciate what you were saying, because it all is we, at the end we are trying also to have we're doing this not only because we like or we enjoy or whatever, and the same for the rest of the people, that is, but it's very very, for example, I like a lot that only by a the possibility that someone, yes, is doing something cool, right? But you, as the one that is participating, just watching it and so on, and maybe writing a post about it, and just landing it out, is like earning also. It's a win-win situation for all the people that I'm very interested in. And it would be so dope, especially because you know uh, there's a way also that we use our data, and we are giving away our data by free, and our data also is something that a third person is, or a third entity is recavating to sell to, exactly, for example, those for to advertisement and all the shit. So we know that happens,
Well,
and
that's
we know
that.
someone is sorry,
No,
go.
no, I was going to say, I mean, that's part of the reason why I'm such an adamant booster for Farcaster. It's
Yeah,
it's a it's not a third party, right? I mean, it's on the blockchain. It's like it's available for everybody. Anybody can go in and look at the social graph. You can't look at the algorithm that the Farcaster client uses, but all of the casts that are out there, anybody can take the um, the open source of the protocol and develop their own client. In fact, many people have. I think there's currently now like 10 different clients. There's Zapper, there's Uno, there's Recast, there's the base app, there's Farcaster, and those are just off the top of my head, right? I mean, there's twice as many as that. I just don't know them, um, you know, from the hip. So that all that data is already out there. There's already people that have written clients to utilize that. And then on top of the protocol, on top of those clients, people have been developing what are called mini apps. And it's like the social graph or the client is an operating system, and all the mini apps are applications that are working inside that. So um, it's like if you've got a in Decentraland, if you want to publish an emote, it's relatively simple to do that, but you still need the platform of Decentraland to play your emote. There are other metaverse worlds where you can take the FBX of the emote of the animated file and publish that there. But you still need that platform. But the benefit is that you don't have to go and find all the people. You don't have to generate that audience. It's already there. So instead of Twitter benefiting from having all the users on the platform, if it's something like Farcaster, you develop a mini app, it runs on that platform, then you gain access to all of those users directly. You don't have to pay X to access those users, right? It's cutting directly to the clients, to the users is the benefit. So that's why when a mini app like a tipping app like Noise or like CoBuild or Tippin or Dgen or any of the other tipping mini apps on the Farcaster platform, anybody that writes those, they take a small cut, obviously, of course, because they're providing a service. But it can be super tiny because they make it up in volume, and then it creates this economy of microtransactions of like half a cent or 10 cents or whatever that people are tipping each other, and it's flowing back and forth. If you were to look at my transaction history, at my activity in my wallet on Farcaster, um, I'm sending out loads of my own token, AJ, right? And there are other people who are using the co-build app, which is when they purchase other people's tokens. So I'm sending out my odd job token, and then other people, when they like my content, are also purchasing my token. And that, since I'm the creator of that token, it generates value for the token that I've created. So there's a couple of ways to not necessarily generate revenue, but generate value. I hope that clears it up. I hope that didn't make it too complicated.
I think I follow. I still have to watch it in action, I guess.
Absolutely, and it doesn't need to happen. It doesn't need to happen here. I'd be happy to
Yeah,
talk with you after the fact, offline, and if anybody else wants to have that discussion,
gracias.
I'm more than willing to explain that. But yeah, it's something that I've been experiencing for, oh gosh, it'll be 2 years this coming January, so it's been a year and a half, or a little more than a year and a half. So I'd be happy to explain that to anybody.
I'm just saving my attendees so I can buy my popularity badge.
Are you talking about the pro account?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just
So
saving it.
so so get this, Sinful. Other people, you can buy it monthly. You don't have to buy the full year now. At least I think they've rolled out that option. So it's like $10 a month, and other people can sponsor you and buy you a month for you. At least they said that was coming. I don't know that that is in fact
That
in the in the hopper already, but that is something that they have talked about. So go ahead.
that's actually pretty cool. Like like yeah, having being able to have others sponsor you for I keep calling it a power badge, but what is it specifically?
It's a pro account,
Pro
right?
accounts.
It's
Yeah.
yeah. So they when they first rolled it out, they released a limited edition. They were going to do 1,000 NFTs, for the first 1,000 people, and everybody's like, "Dude, you need to like increase that by like 100." So I think they did like 100,000, and they sold out 100,000 pro accounts on Farcaster in 4 hours. People over 100,000 people ponied up $120 in 4 hours.
Sheesh.
Right, and then there's people that are still purchasing it, and it was a pretty slick way. I think they raised like, I don't know, $10 million or something like that in a day, when it was all said and done. Um, but it it demonstrates a few things, right? Like you put an NFT on something and people are gonna speculate all the time, always, always, always. Um, but it it demonstrates, I think, a level of commitment of people in the community. Um, but something interesting happened with me last week. I made a post. It was the first. It was on Monday, right? So the first day of the first full week of the school year, right? So the previous week it was Labor Day, and seventh and eighth graders didn't start till Wednesday. Sixth graders started. So right, it was like I was gearing up for it. I went to the store. I bought stuff for my students as rewards. I work in special ed, so certain rules are differently applied for kids with IEPs that lack ability to have internal motivation. So we use external motivators. Anyway, um, I made a cast. I made a post about it, and I finally got Chromebooks for all of my students. And I worked there already 2 years before that, and we still it took a while, right? Um, but we finally got those, and I stocked up the store, and I made this post, and then people just started giving me money, because they're like, "Hey, where do you bought all this stuff for the store for your students? Did you spend your own money?" I'm like, "Yeah, I did." And they're like, "Well, yeah, that's what a lot of teachers do." So they said, "Well, can I support you?" And I'm like, "Absolutely." So they just sent me money, right? They just sent me USDC. Another person um, purchased that cast. So that's another thing that you can do to generate revenue on Farcaster is somebody can buy your cast. And one person bid $1 to get things going, and then somebody came in and just bid $11. So of that, I got 9. The rest of the money went to Farcaster. So it's like 90% of the funds of a purchase of a cast goes to the creator of the cast, and then the other 10% goes to Farcaster, and then there's some for transactions, right? So even if the system isn't set up so that you could have somebody sponsor your pro account for a month, I could just send you, $10 USDC. It's super easy. And that's what I'm trying to get at, right? It needs cash or money needs to be able to flow. And that was the whole promise of crypto in the first place, right? We they keep making things and like, oh, it's not quite right. So then they iterate and then they try it again. And I think we're really close to be able to do that. And all we need, all we need, all we need is a way to take that ease of use and that low friction type of interactions and just bring it into the metaverse. I don't know how to do that. But I know it's possible because it already exists and there's already people that are developing it. And I think it would be it would be more simple to just, I don't know, release. I, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? Like, how simple is it to port Mana? You know, it's already on L1 Ethereum. It's on L2 Polygon. Why can't they just have Mana on Base now? How difficult would that be? Because once it's on Base, then you get all the benefits of these microeconomic tools, these microtransactions, that's being ramped up. It's, you know, billions of dollars are being put behind this, which is something that, you know, anybody can leverage. There's just people like, um, you know, mini app developers that are able to leverage the millions of dollars that Farcaster, that Merkle is spending, and the billions of dollars that Coinbase is putting behind this, to, yeah, just to make it easier to send and receive money.
I will say, out of all the Web3 social medias, like protocols, platforms that have been like made over the years and stuff like that, it does kind of feel like Farcaster is the one that's like actually doing it. And I go back to like the comment that you made with like the pro badge, for example, that they managed to fundraise over $100 million to continue the operations. And you know, like it's not many projects in the space or like have that kind of funding, like or the ability, or not have the funding, but the ability to fundraise in that capacity. um I mean, I'm kind of seeing it maybe a small face, like, you know, early Facebook, early MySpace. Like, I don't know how the heck they made money, but but they were making it somehow.
Yeah, and I may be off by a factor of 10 or whatever. I don't know if it was 100 million. It was millions of dollars in a day
Oh,
that they
are you saying
raised.
it could have been a billion?
No,
No.
no, 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 no,
I'm
no,
kidding.
no. I'm saying, like, I think they're like series one, and I think they had recently series two. I think they still have like about $1 billion in terms of like runway. But how would you like to be an investor in a program where they just had this idea, they're going through quick iteration, and then they made millions of dollars from the existing user base, and, you know, it might have brought in some new users just on this, almost like a lark. It's like, yeah, we were thinking about doing this pro badge. We were thinking about having an NFT for that, and then, yeah, they make $1 million in 4 hours. I think that is a signal to the, if I were an investor in it, would be like, fuck yeah, okay, this really does have legs. There's really some interest in this. Um, I'm I'm actually quite tickled to be cruising over to X every now and then and just seeing um the super active banker community that's over there now, in crypto Twitter, like people that I've known for a couple of years, and I was telling them about Farcaster, and hey, there's this thing called Moxie, there's this thing called Banker, there's this thing called Noise. Every time a new thing comes out, I'm telling them about it, and now they're just like complete disciples of Banker. Like, I've sort of moved on, but it's exciting to see how excited they are about Banker, and the main developer for that deployer. You know, he started on Farcaster and brought it over to X. And if you want to tip somebody on X, really the only way you can do it is through Banker. But it's not a true tip. It's not a seamless thing where you just like somebody else's post. You actually have to actively go through and perform a transaction. But it's still better than, what X has released, which is nothing. Um, it goes to show you that when it's permissionless, when it's open source, when it's decentralized, that's the thing. You can just do stuff, right? That's the whole beauty of it being permissionless. Somebody could just go in, look at the API, look at the development stack and be like, okay, yeah, I would just want to do this, and then do it. Um, that's that's how things can move way faster and in directions that you just can't ever anticipate, right? It's like you've got Make out here, and Crypto Minotaur and Stony, and all these artists that are like, they really are passionate about the work that they do. And the whole beauty of that 1,000 fans by was it 1,000 True Fans by Kevin Kline, by that essay by him, was like, you just need to allow people to give you money for your creations. It needs to be relatively seamless and painless and frictionless. And when you can do that, when you allow people, when you put that hat down there, maybe it's a 5-year-old kid who's moved by your music and is just going to empty out all the pennies, in his pocket. Or it's going to be a businessman who's all he's got is 20s, and he's just going to put 120 in your hat, and 100 other people that walk past don't drop in anything. But it's like, on average, on aggregate, you're going to still generate, um, you know, a salary. If your average is up enough, you could make $10 an hour, $20 an hour, $15 an hour, whatever it is. And that's not nothing. It adds up.
Love it, odd job. I mean, especially if you put that money to work for you in other ways. I mean, I like passive income is, I just can't say enough about like the power of passive income. Like, like you should have your stuff on Teachers Pay Teachers, bring that in and put that into, I don't know, a coin, and let it like double earn. But thank you so much for sharing all of your knowledge and your wisdom and experience. I need to get my bass. I need to get my Farcaster going. I just, I'm waiting for life to quiet down, and it just isn't quieting down. So
What do you mean quieting down? Like your life or the
just like
world in
busyness.
general?
Yeah, no, just like having a moment where I like, oh, there's nothing on the project list to do. But after art week, I think then that's when I should focus. I should pinpoint that. I did a good job of like not taking on more work this week, of like, with all the new things coming. I actually told somebody, like, you know what, I'm gonna help, but I'm not gonna participate, because like I have a project I want to, finish, and I need to learn how to start saying no, and like, just like, nope, I got to put the blinders on,
No, 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 no.
Oh.
Can I just sing the praises of the marketplace credits on Decentraland here for a moment? In the last
Before you do
No, go ahead.
that,
Go ahead.
I guess there's something important. Maybe like someone as me or Canessa, maybe Sinful also would love. Maybe we can have like a masterclass of how to get income. A How do you call it? Passive income using Farcaster, Decentraland tools, anything you could imagine, because maybe that would helping us between us. Maybe we can reach like a more like that you were saying before, the salary that even 10 is, is not less, it's good. Especially depends not only the situation that you are in, but also the country you are living in.
No, 100%. Yeah, there's people that are in other parts of the world where as a content creator, if you're a brand new content creator on Farcaster, you actually get a boost, right? They prioritize new creators because they want people to come in and have a good experience. And if you get within like the top 100, if you're in the top like 3 creators or whatever, you get $600, right? For a week of being having the most active content, having the content that is engaged most with other people, and then it goes down from there. And I think it's like $20,000 a week that Farcaster spends on daily active users generating quality content. $20,000 every week that they give to content creators. So there's that money that's there, and then ancillarily there's the tipping through all those little mini apps. And if if you're popular, you get a lot of people interacting with your content, and a lot of times with the tipping apps, each interaction is a penny or 10 cents or 20 cents. There are some people who have crossed over from being quite popular. Afrochicks is somebody that I'm thinking of. Her name is Naomi. She lives in the UK. She's the 11-time triple jump Olympic. You know, I don't know that she's like gotten any higher than like 4th place or whatever, but I mean that's in the world. But she's won like 11 different tournaments or something like that. So she's the women's triple jumper for the UK. But she also, started her own NFT project. She makes a lot of content, a lot of video content, and she was just hired by Coinbase to be like to promote Coinbase on the app or whatever. So not an emissary, ambassador, I think is what it's called. So she just got hired to do that, but that's basically because she's constantly making content, quality content that's getting a lot of engagement on the Farcaster platform. So Farcaster is giving her money, the Coinbase is giving her money, and then there are just everyday users that are, pennies, nickels, and dimes giving her money. So yeah, sure, we can have a master class. I'll schedule something in the coming weeks. Probably do it over MEA weekend when I've got some extra time, and I can really do it upright.
Gracias.
De nada.
And you can also say something about teachers on teachers, or
Vanessa was saying something about teachers pay teachers. It's a way for teachers to well, I'll let Vanessa talk about it, but if I generate content like curriculum, I can sell that because teachers are always pressed for time.
Yeah, and it's specifically teachers, but I think that I think there's still room for if you were going to make information teaching people about Web3, like that is actually a area that there's not a lot of content, or there's really bad content. Like there's Uncle Jimmy watched 10 minutes of CNN in 2018 and now he's the Bitcoin expert, and so he put a resource on there. So like that is one place I've always thought like we should push to put really good information for educators. It's not just elementary, it's high school, it's college level. I don't know. Anyway, that like for Odd Job and I, that works really well just because we're teachers. I've had my resources on there for years. I put in like minimal effort and it's digital downloads. So like that is just like I'd say that's just a for instance of like passive income. It doesn't matter if it's that or maybe you're selling your models on Sketchfab, or you're somehow like maybe you're doing video editing on Fiverr, or any there's a lot of different ways to do it, but where you just have to upload once and sell many many times, and then like I take that, I put it into crypto, and then the gains hopefully go up, not always. But just like looking at your portfolio, I think it's like independent wealth is so important for everyone. So just I think we need a masterclass like inside Web3, but also like going backwards to Web2 to like how do you get more fiat to put into the crypto and then make it work, in the crypto sphere as well. I used to be way more active in doing that, and now not so much. Now I'm pretty much just trying, just in Web3 messing around. But odd job, you had mentioned the marketplace credits and you were so excited that you got sales, and I think you missed the first part of the conversation we had here today. It's the sales coming in, it's definitely I don't know, it's
They're bots.
well, yeah, I mean they're bots that are.
It looks like bots. I mean, it's a bunch of nonsense names with hashtags and then 4 digits of a wallet address at the end of it. So
Yeah, and
I'm
already they have proven that they will buy something. They'll buy an emote of mine for 10 mana and then they'll sell it for 6 mana. And so what they're doing is really undercutting the floor of a lot of different creators. Em was up here talking today. They've done that. Bought out like a collection of her shoes. They bought out an emote collection of mine yesterday and Sinful's. So we talked about like, I mean, the pros, like it's great that we're making mana, and so maybe we should just be happy and close our mouths. But then the cons of like, if you're actually trying to be a Decentraland wearable creator and you're trying to control the narrative of your product, like, hey, I have really amazing stuff, and the holders of this one are going to get the burn to earn next round. Like having one or two people with 30 alts really impacts how you do that quite a bit.
well, I'll just go and buy back all my stuff. I've been I've been known to do that. No, I sense that might be the case. That's sad to hear that, but I mean, sales are sales. As you pointed out, the price of mana is uh pamping a little bit. But yeah, I think that goes with the territory. You open up a store, you're going to have some people come in and steal. There's going to be shrinkage. There's going to be people that are going to undercut the market. I still think that you don't get rid of Napster. You just you come up with iTunes, right? Um, you could try to litigate it out of existence or play whack-a-mole. You just got to come up with a better mousetrap. Um, how to do that, I don't know. But I think that's in the past, whenever anything like that has come in that's exploitative, having something with even less friction, having something that's even easier to use and easier to get money from the consumer to the creator is a better solution. But again, like I said, I don't know exactly how to do that. I do appreciate the marketplace tokens. It has brought more people to the marketplace in a town market. Um, there's a mini app on Farcaster called Betterment, and it's a way to get people interested in creators, and it basically it's like creates hype and interest around NFT collections. um and it just the days of the 2021, 2022, where you could just release a collection and people would be interested and go in and purchase speculatively or just as interested patrons and buy your artwork. Those days are gone. So if we need something like this to juice the market, I'm okay with that. It There's nothing that attracts a crowd like a crowd, right? So you get people moving through the marketplace. um yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. Like I don't like the fact that people are buying and flipping my stuff. Um, because that means I have to dedicate some time to go in there and buy back some of my stuff. Now that you've said that, but whatever. I'll do that.
Well, I don't
Um,
know if that's the right way to do it either then, like Drip has a saying, like feed the pigeons. Is that just, that's just encouraging, or is it okay just to I mean, I guess I'm more leaning at this point. Just I don't know, just like let it be. Focus on what I can control, and I minted like for the hula hoop emote. I just minted 10 to my alt so that at least I have enough for like giveaways, or if I want to still have some of the supply, like they can't get like majority of the supply at this point. Um, so I don't know.
Hey, hello everybody.
Hey,
Hello.
What's up, old
welcome.
guy?
Hey guys. So I jumped up earlier because I wanted to talk about this topic, and I had to leave before I could get in. But I've been thinking about this since Drip brought this up here last week, and I'm wondering if there's something. And he almost nailed it when he was saying what he's saying earlier. But I'm wondering if there isn't some sort of coding that we can put into the marketplace where, and I don't know how this works. I don't know if we have to go to the foundation or if the DAO handles this, where we can actually, as creators, decide whether or not we can have resale on the product, or whether or not maybe it's set up in such a way where it's like, okay, once 50 of these are minted, then resale can start. Or maybe once 6 months has gone by, then resales can start. But I'm just wondering if there's something like that that can be put in place. And that's really all I wanted to say. So
You'd have to create a new smart contract. Like you'd either have to go in and buy up. You'd have to do all the original mints, and then release them under a different smart contract, because I think like the way that it goes right now is be, because the percentages for creators, those are hardwired into the smart contract. They'd have to release a new version of the smart contract for minting items into the marketplace, which places do. I don't know when the last time was that um, foundation or the DAO or whoever does that has updated it, but that's where it would need to happen, because everything is handled by the smart contract. So it's entirely possible. Just somebody has to do it.
okay, well, there's just my thought on it. I didn't know, I didn't know how that all works, but I was thinking about this from last week because I've had a few of those things happen myself, where, and this before the credits, where all of a sudden I had stuff, where somebody was, bought it and or gave it away. That's usually what happens. I gave it away, and then they put it back on the marketplace cheaper than what I was actually selling it for. And I said, boy, it sure would be nice if I could say, okay, once I got my money back, if I have 100 of them and I receive all my money back at 75, then after that it's fair game. It would be nice to be able to do something like that. So.
Or could you put like a not like a ceiling cap, but a floor cap? Like, yeah, you can sell it back. I'm selling it for 10. You can sell it back, but the cheapest you can go is 11 or something like that. Or I don't know. I don't know if that would be.
That would be, in fact,
to do
a
it.
better idea. I think that would be a better idea, even because that ensures that never is going to be lower than the original creator is selling it, which gives also stability and to the brand of the creator and also the system.
But it might be the same thing, like Oddjob was saying, like completely different smart contract.
I mean, one thing
So,
that go ahead, Arjun.
I was wondering, it happens that I don't know, as I was saying, how to blah blah blah, all this. Once we have these ideas, what we go is to. I think it's not this week the Decentraland community call or something like that.
That was like 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago. That was the the 8th. Actually, this was it. The 10th this week, Wednesday. Wow, time has flown by. But yeah, we just had one, so the next one will be in another 8 weeks or so.
Oh, okay. It needs to be faster then, I guess. To be able to present all these proposals, for example, or a way to vote them, because it's not exactly a grant thing. I'm not sure if there's a way right now in the Decentraland website that allows you to put out a proposal that is not a grant. It's just for, all these things, technical things, and be voted.
So if it's something like this where it's the infrastructure of the actual like Decentraland product, that would be the responsibility of foundation. And so like a canny request, but I think like would
it be like the RFP?
Yeah, and I'm thinking what we have done recently is just we made a thread in the CBD Discord of community priorities and kind of the things that like may have been a big deal to us 9 months ago, and then they just kind of like dwindled away, like linked wearables. But they're still a priority. It's just like the momentum is maybe gone. We're putting it there so that we don't lose track of the important things that we really need to keep the conversation going. And then I think Foundation knows about it now. I think they kind of, it was actually nice in the AMA. A couple of things on the list, they were addressed before I even had to like pepper them with questions at the end. And we haven't put anything about the marketplace credits on there yet. So I think it's worth putting it there. Maybe having the conversation with Foundation, maybe at a smaller scale first. I think that their answer will probably be like, like, well, we can always just get rid of the marketplace credits. And I guess that would be my question is like, are they bringing more value or detracting more? And I think they're bringing a lot of value. They're bringing, hopefully eventually will bring in more users. We talked about, oh yeah, that was before the AMA. We talked about like what if there were benefits of owning your own minted name? So like maybe the marketplace credits are really generous like they are right now, only if you have a minted name. So you've put a little bit of money into the ecosystem, so you get that reward. And if you have an unminted name, maybe the rewards are a little bit leaner, just so that like if you're trying to create 100 alts to come and game the system, that it slows you down a little bit. And it gives existing users who believe in the ecosystem enough to buy a name like a perk. That just seemed like a really, really, really good idea. So I believe we brought that up at the last one. I'll have to check the list and make sure. I can't remember if that came in after. That might have come in after our AMA. Let me take a look. Let's see. I think that came in after the AMA. So we'll add it. Yeah. So I don't know. It's a slippery slope. I feel like I feel like the easy answer is they're like, all right, goodbye. we're not doing the system anymore. And that would also, be kind of sad to see that happen.
Because you mean that of the rewards that are happening now when you enter the e-world, and you have that pop that you have to do those missions, and now is the purchase something in the marketplace or something like that? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so like the marketplace credit system, you'll have a little icon on the top left of your screen, and it has weekly rewards. And yes, some of them are just literally like log in 3 days in a row. So for that one, I don't even put any effort. All of a sudden, I see a little dot, and it's I've got a reward because I've just been logging in, without thinking too much about it. Other ones you have to do something specific, like attend a specific event for, at least 5 minutes. Other ones have been like look at different people's profiles. So I would say that it's extremely easy to hit these targets. Like you don't really have to think. Like I don't go out of my way to go, hit those targets. Um, it I think it could actually be like a little bit more challenge increase. Maybe like you have to go play mosaic tiles and the memory match game and score at least 200 points or something like that. Then it'd be a lot more like, okay, I have to actually put in some for some of us we might have to put in some brain power to actually get to those points at the games. But yeah, it's pretty easy. And it's an experiment, so I'm sure they're learning a lot as they go along too. But like I have 125 credits. I couldn't log in for a few days, so I think I missed some. So I'm not sure like what most people would have right around now. But I mean that's enough to buy like a few mythics, and it's like the cheapest unique wearable is I want to say 200 to 250. So I mean that's a lot. Like that's pretty good.
I will have to pay attention then to that, because literally what I was doing is closing it, and focusing to what I am bullying. It's like, oh, something is saying me to go there, to go blah, blah, blah. I was closing it and just not doing it. Just doing,
There is also the gaming quest, and that might also be what you're seeing. So that's different. That's I think like you get an emote if you go and you finish that. So the gaming quest, if you look at your keyboard, that's by a little treasure map just to the right of your Decentraland map. And the weekly rewards are on the very far left, third icon down. So that's great. I mean, you're getting rewarded in multiple ways. So and you do have to claim your rewards. Like you might just be logging into parties, like not putting mental effort into actively getting these. I mean, you're passively earning them, but you do have to go back in there and then slide a little icon, and it says claim rewards. So make sure So you should probably, if you're in world, go in there now or whenever you come next, and see if you can claim those rewards so you don't lose them, because I think they do expire at a certain point.
Okay, I'm going to log right now because I'm entering again into the. You know how I'm logging lately to the Decentraland via the Creator Hub.
That's awesome. Oh, why? That's awesome. I literally love go arounds. But that's a new one.
Yeah, I know. The date that I was on the party with you is because I was testing in the preview at the same time.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I can't wait for the world to see what you're cooking up in the kitchen.
I hope we can finish it on, because I having a lot of help for this, but I am testing the system, So I'm having a lot of help by Dr. Grillo and Mr. G.S. Tickles. For me, I'm going to call him Tickles. Because it's the shortest way to cut. And yeah, we will see, but I hope it's going to be really cool.
Yeah, I think you could put it out there today, and it's gonna be mind blowing. So I'm sure in another week and a half, it's gonna be even better.
Dude, don't fuck it up. Yesterday I started to experiment, as I wanted also to experiment with that of the template, the art template, because one of the things that you said before related to communities, I don't know, now I'm lost with all those things. But the thing is that you can have you have now the creator has now a new template recently, and maybe 1 week or something like that. That is the art gallery. So I was testing that and seeing blah blah blah, and I was thinking, as I need to anyway to deploy this, why not to deploy it to my world, since especially since it seems that there's nothing anymore in my world. Since what I did before, it was SDK 7, and I have no clue, but just summarizing, the thing is that I'm creating the new layer of my world to don't fuck it up the publishing button for this thing that that I am prepping for you.
I have full confidence in you, Art. I have so much confidence.
No,
But I think
I'm
at
not,
this
but
point,
thank you.
yeah, I think Monday is Monday is a code freeze. I heard Base saying so. Like Monday, nobody can change their code after that, so that they don't like screw.
Wait, what is this Monday already? That when it happens?
Well, that's for them. That's not us. We're just like we're doing this like Odd Job said. We're permissionless. We're just doing this on our own. So thank God, because
Yeah, because you know what happens now to there's a bunch of errors related to the how are displaying some NFTs. The thingy to put the NFT as a picture, that you can click on it and then goes to OpenSea or foundation or whatever, and you can purchase it. The thing is that it's not working properly. So we were testing it with a OpenSea, and it's like cropping the image and no way to arrange it. So I mean, if for the art week, what you have is selling your NFTs there in galleries in there, maybe you want to check if they are going to be displayed correctly and not crop it.
And one option would be to just display like the picture with, then you could add the link to it below. So then like with a little icon that says click here.
Oh, that's smart.
Well, that's because I don't know how to do it any other way. So it's not smart. It's like panic. I don't know how else I'm gonna make this shit happen. And so
I mean, later on, if you want, I can share the today. I was like, wait, what? Wait, whoa, why? In at the end, Tickles was telling me that he was going to put tomorrow a bug report on NFTs in the Creator Hub because of this odd cropping thing happening with mine.
Oh yeah, they must be so busy, but let's just keep bugging them, and we'll get it done. I mean, we'll push it through. That's what we're good at.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. But yeah. Anyway, I have to say that the Creator Hub is interesting. It's better than what we were having, and I like that you can also, it's complemental to the with Visual Studio and all these things, but still or each time is getting more easy for creator to don't actually have to go and change anything on code, and that's good. It's like that I was telling you for the putting an hour. Well, today I realized that already that you don't need to do that via code anymore, because there is actually a button that, and a slice that allows you to fix the time of the day in the Creator Hub. So yeah.
Well, and I think as you get used to it, and like it's always stressful before a big event, but I find that that's when I really like push past the most barrier.
Yeah.
Is like, you know, when you don't have any other choice and you just got to make it work. That's when you tend to.
But I have a question for you owners of land. How you manage that? I mean, creators manage that via the Creator Hub, but how manage that if you're a landlord like you are, and you want to set in all your lands a fixed time? How you do it for all the people that comes, not you, but
Yeah, so it's on the, like for me, I do it through the browser. And Swiss, I do want to acknowledge I see your hand up. I'm just gonna can finish up answering this question, then pass it over to you. So if you go, Argent, to the browser, Decentraland, at the top left, there's a bunch of options: the shop, create, learn, vote, events. If you go into create and then my land, it says manage parcel permissions and more. And that's where you can see all of the land that's delegated to you. You can add different people. If I wanted to add you as an operator, I would need your ETH address, and then I just add it in there. If I've got like a 10-piece parcel of or state, and I want to change that into parcels, I can split them up there. I can also make estates there. So anything that has to do with land, that's where you do it through. And you can also put your land up for rent. Lots of different things. It's definitely worth looking in, and I don't go there, nearly enough, but it's actually interesting. Just the land contracts, I think we look at that the least out of any area.
okay, cool. Thank you.
And I can go, like if we want to jump into a call on the Discord later, we can do that. And like, if you have any questions about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Risk, for coming up. How's it going today?
Is it my turn to speak? I didn't pick up on it. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. How are you today?
All right, guys. Yeah, I'm doing really, really well. It's nice to see that everybody's still here and things haven't changed and things continue as they did a year ago and 2 years ago. At first, maybe a year ago, it was a bit annoying, but now I realize the comfort of some stability in this space is really nice. And it's nice to pop in and say
It
hello
was
and thank you for
annoying.
letting me speak a little bit.
It was annoying. That's that's interesting.
I get annoyed really fast, so I'm practicing my mindfulness techniques in this space. But what I wanted to ask you guys, I remember about in the last bull market, I was really annoyed with people who returned back to Decentraland after not being there during this difficult phase of 24 months. People like me trying to figure things out, and then as soon as the mana price went from 2 cents to like 8 cents, suddenly this first inflow of the quote unquote active people and influencers came in, and they became really excited about the platform. And then as this whole thing went up to $5, $6, $8 or whatever that peak was, we had these masses of people standing at 0, waiting for something to happen, didn't know what to wait for. So I remember this whole cycle, this whole upswing, and this sudden acceleration in interest. And now, 4 years later, we've kind of already through that phase. We are already in that year where we had this huge hype 4.5 years ago, and it just doesn't feel like it's there. And now I am kind of the guy coming back to this space after not having been here for maybe 18 months or so on a regular basis. And I imagine somebody out there is going to think, look at this idiot. he hasn't been here when we were building the community, and now he's talking on the space, trying to pick back up where he was or something. I don't know if people feel this way, but this is how I felt back then. Because once you've invested energy and you come to these spaces and you find things to talk about, you find ways of encouraging people, you make this whole Shi-Fi movement, you support all of these new initiatives which seem to be great, but then they don't bring that big push that people are looking for. And I wonder what's the situation right now. Like, what's the hopium right now? What's the what's the new thing? I mean, I get this whole credit thing is occupying people's minds, but I think it's a great initiative to kind of kick off, keep the thing alive, keep the market, kick the activity off. But it's not a big earth-shattering issue that some people bought your stuff for free, you got some money, and now they're selling it cheaper to make a buck. I mean, it's not that people are coming in and swiping all of your items at half price. Those items are probably sitting there in the marketplace and nobody's buying them at half price, and that's the problem as well. But it's not that there is the demand, so the issues remain the same. Or is there a new target, a new hopium, a new clients, a new, I don't know, VR glasses? What about all of those things that were the hopium before? What's the new thing? Could you guys bring us up to speed for those guys who joined the space, who, some of these guys haven't been around for a while? I've noticed some of the names. They are curious, like, is it time to come back and pretend to be the OGs while you guys have been doing the hard work all the time?
I think to your last question, is it time to come back? I mean, you can come back if you want to. Like in all honesty, we are like the people that are here to build will come to build, and it doesn't matter who is here, what is here, what's happening. If we're really passionate about it, we will be here. And I mean, I couldn't care less about people coming back and pretending to be OGs. Kanessa, I'm sorry. I think I cut you off whenever I think I saw your mic open.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was gonna say, like, I don't think we put that much thought into it, Swiss, that like who was here first at this point. If you were here, 5 years ago and you built something cool, that's awesome, and just jump right in. Come to the parties, like, I'm gonna gift you some wearables, and we're just gonna like build together. And maybe there's some things that you like. Maybe there's some things you're like, dang, that's still the same. Like, it's been 5 years, and we still got this like stupid bush hanging around. I don't know. I think I don't. I think that mentality is just kind of like it's antiquated and it doesn't really do anybody any good. I think we just kind of accept you where you're at. There's nothing worse than somebody coming in and saying like what an OG they are. Like I think that it's just everybody gets a fresh start here. Like, just you made a cool build in the past. I saw like last year you did some upgrades to it, like maybe come in and find some of the DJs that are working right now, and like, the ones that are active, and see if they want to play there. Like, I don't know. I just think that that's like a I don't think you'll find that kind of uh like, hey, I'm an OG, this is important, like, mentality here. Like, it's the people that are here building, they want to build. And I don't know, I think it's just the people that are trying to build cool shit, and they're building cool shit in Hyperfi and Nifty Island, not just Decentraland. They're making really cool stuff all over the place. um to talk about like what maybe is exciting, what's coming. Like, for me, I think like the possibilities of like AI integration, like using that with AI agents in world. I think that's amazing. I think we've got like big festivals on the way, hackathon coming up, but I also don't think that like we can put all of our eggs in one basket. Like, it's not going to be that one thing. Like, hey, the new VR goggles, like they're like that. That's like an industry challenge, not just a Decentraland challenge. Like, we got to solve that as an industry, like not just Decentraland. So I don't know. Like, to me, I'm excited about just being able to build with like a group of people that are not discouraged by the problems, because we all know they're there. Like but the people that just keep pushing through that regardless. but everybody's going to have a different answer. Some people might definitely have something more concrete for you to plant your flag on.
Canessa and Sinful, I appreciate your perspectives, and to be honest, I always expect this type of perspective from you. Always tolerant and always fair and neutral and encouraging. And I always take a little bit the devil's advocate side just to stretch the conversation over a larger audience, because I have to be honest with you, I think for a lot of people, Decentraland has developed into a bit of a monoculture of beautiful, kind people, but that's not the majority of crypto attitude. The majority of crypto attitude is, I don't want to call it a word, but it's young, a bit stupid, a bit too masculine, a bit trying to be masculine. It's a lot of that culture as well. And you cannot talk it away. It's there. And a lot of it came to Decentraland back then, and they didn't find a good home. And maybe that's for the better. Maybe not. Some people did find, and some people were, broad enough in their thinking to enjoy it anyways. But I'm just trying to say that I think it's important that we also introduce some of this competitive thinking, some of this financial thinking. I know Sinful doesn't like this whole financial thinking. For him, it's about building, and mana price doesn't matter. And honestly, through all of this time, I barely ever had any mana, to be honest. I was never about the mana. I don't believe in the tokenomics of the system, to be honest, right? But I do know that a lot of people just came for that. And to be honest, I don't think we should look at badly upon it. I think those people are the ones that are most likely to come in if we are going to experience another excitement in this space. I don't know if it's, I think Kim did tweet out something today that a lot of people are coming in through non-Web3 logins right now, and they are kind of trying to double down a little bit on this. Do you guys see like new people coming in really from this Web2 space, not caring about crypto, not caring about wallets, not caring about Web3, but they're just caring specifically about like a 3D experience with other people? And maybe this is another follow-up question that I want to ask, because I just don't have my finger on the pulse other than what's happening on Twitter. And then maybe the second question is, now maybe can I just drop this question? Do you feel there are some new people coming in?
I would say, oh, go ahead, Sid.
No, it's just saying, gonna say every day. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say definitely more recently, and then I was going to pass it to Oddjob because your hand was up.
So to your most recent question, Swiss, are there non-Web3 logins right now? Are there new people coming in? Are there new people coming in? Yes. Is it a deluge? No. Is it like one and two people per day? Yeah, I think it's more like that speed or rate, if you will. I've also seen over the last few weeks, people show up for ABC tours or just come into the, the spawn place, Genesis Plaza. Judas, are they out there in the? I think they were earlier. Saw him last week, the last few days for the first time in like a year or two, right? So there's people who just sort of like pop back in and kick the tires a little bit. So I've seen a little bit of that. AKA Horace is another person. Dogman is actually somebody who helped me build my current game, Jump Zone on the Farcaster estate. So yeah, there's old friends that are coming in. There are new people coming in. There's no external driver like Facebook changing their name to Meta. But I think through the sheer determination, will, and the actual programs that Foundation is putting out. But to get back to your earlier question, and I think it sort of circled around this, but like, why are people here? Like, what's the what's the draw right now? Or over a year ago, Foundation just like started over with the client, and I think that's still been their main focus, is to like have a better foundation that's perhaps more simple, or at least in terms of the development pipeline. And I think they definitely have seen benefits of that. For me, the benefit of that is when people do start to come in, shit doesn't break, automatically and everywhere, like rave mode. So I think that there's a stronger foundation in terms of the client. And I know that there's been this push and pull for like, okay, the Creator Hub, making it easier for people like myself, Argent, Mary Shark, I can't remember the name of the woman who we had on ABC last week. I can't remember her name. But she's from SheFi, and I think it was MetaWolf gave her a single parcel, and she used Creator Hub and built out something, and we toured it on ABC's last week. Just allowing somebody to go from an idea to something deployed in world, making that a lot easier, so that there is more user generated content, right? And then extending things like the shaders, like the lighting shaders, and the textures, the extendability, when you have a more stable foundation to be able to do stuff like that. So it's definitely creator focused. I think is where we're at right now. And I think that's the smart play, because Nifty Island or HyperFi or Roblox, or I would say Roblox, whatever, is the most mature. And then you've got, Fortnite, which is, they're both, private entities. I guess there is the token economy or token component of Roblox, but it's like, there really is nothing out there like Decentraland. So it's kind of like to be determined, to be continued, or stay tuned. But I look at it as keeping the powder dry for when we do need to spark that match and start the big bonfire or whatever, that we've got a bunch of fuel or a bunch of resources that are just ready to deploy. I think about the referral program. There was a hack of that, so it's like, okay, well, you better get that buttoned down and figure out how to work that better. But it's like, think about when you have the flywheel that really gets started of more people coming in. It's like, okay, I'm going to send this referral out, and it's super easy. And now I've got, 10 new people, and they're all my friends. And, it's that the network effects, where we finally have those tools and that capability to then build out a user base using network effects. Whereas before, we were relying on, third-party solutions through Discord or through through X, Twitter, or whatever. Having a community group inside Decentraland, again, it may not be super decentralized, but is using Discord's channels and servers any less decentralized. It's really not. So it's I hope that answers your question. I hope that answers your questions sufficiently.
I mean, you are extremely articulate. You've been practicing the spaces game, I think. But thank you very much for the elaborations. And I think for the people who are listening, who are not familiar with the platform, this may be more useful than my questions. And maybe one final statement before I let you guys to it. I don't know. I'm thinking, I'm sitting on a 500 NFTs in my old wallet. I haven't added to it in a long time. I'm not coming to Decentraland very frequently, just trying to keep on it because I've invested a lot of energy into it, and I feel like I have to. But I'm looking for this beautiful feeling inside that forces you to do things, even if it's inefficient, if it doesn't make sense, if there is no reason to do it, if there is no financial gain. I want that little spark back, and I'm looking for it all over the place. And I know everyone else is looking for it too, because it was a great time 2, 3 years ago. It was a beautiful time, and I miss it so much, and I don't know how to bring it back. And I cannot rationalize it. I cannot distill it. I cannot figure out what the missing ingredient could potentially be to put some energy behind some kind of effort, you know? And nobody can tell me, and nobody knows. And everything just is in a standstill for like 3.5 years, and nothing has moved at all. I mean, of course, there is individual efforts, and of course, some smaller pockets of people, they remain there in the trenches, and they're holding the position, but it's not enough, you know. And sometimes I hope somebody can give me that spark. I haven't felt it just yet, but I'm gonna keep on coming back. I'm gonna keep on looking for it, and maybe somebody will say something after this that will reignite this with me. I just remember what it was back then, but I don't think it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be something new, and I don't know what it could possibly be. And somebody mentioned something about AI. I'm not going to start this whole topic unless somebody wants to get into it. But I think Hyperfire has kind of shown a little bit what's theoretically possible, and I think we are not going to get around into getting into something similar. But I'm going to leave it at this. This is a deep topic, unless somebody is super excited about going into it.
I
Have
think.
you
Oh, go ahead, AJ, and I'll go.
just real quick? Have you heard the the myth of the overnight success? Right, you've got somebody like Chaperone who just totally breaks onto the scene last summer, but she was out performing at county fairs and just neighborhood gatherings or whatever. It's like there's a lot of work that that the creators, the developers, or whatever put in before they're all of a sudden discovered overnight. And I think that's the phase that we're in. I think you're right to you've got your finger on it, and that we're not going to know when that next thing is coming and what's going to ignite that spark to make it as exciting as it was, in during that time period that you talk about so lovingly. I do believe it is going to come back. I also agree that we're not going to know when that happens, but what, for me, the best possible way forward is to continue to do the things that bring me joy with the people that I love in a space that is the most fertile to receive those efforts. And I believe that that is Decentraland.
Yeah, and thank you, AJ. And to add to that, I mean, it all comes down, like that spark that you spoke of. It all comes down to the individual. This spark does not. My spark does not inspire Canessa's, nor does it inspire Argent's or AJ's. Like what the reason why I am here is not the same, and I think it's the same for each individual. I mean, like, the space is always moving. We are always getting updated, like specifically here on Decentraland, we're always getting updated by the foundation. We're always seeing their efforts. Well, I'm saying always, but since Klein 2.0 came out, we've been seeing their efforts, their updates, everything that they're doing. They've been more engaged than ever. They even way more engaged than they were back in 2021. This is truly like a creator community at this point, and foundation, like, maybe they do have their flaws, but they are trying, and that is a lot more than what was happening back then. I mean, I inspire you to look at other platforms. I mean, right now, Other Side is opened, and there are users jumping in there, like apes and stuff like that. Everyone can access it. It looks very pretty, but is there anything to do? I mean, not unless my boy Hype over there starts hosting an event or something like that.
I mean, I have to agree on this 100%. Looking at all of the platforms that I believed had an opportunity, I kind of tried to pivot into post Decentraland. All of them are completely dead and don't exist, or still live on some kind of promise, 2 more weeks kind of promises. So yeah, for sure, Decentraland is probably one of the most mature platforms, and for sure, I mean, since they brought on all these ladies who are constantly talking Decentraland full time, that's a completely different situation than back then. Of course, I agree with you 100%. And but I don't 100% agree on the Spark. I remember back then there were a few Sparks that just infected multiple large groups of people with a new dream. I mean, the whole idea of buying virtual real estate, this was a big spark for a lot of people. It blew their minds that you can actually buy real estate that you cannot afford in real life in a digital platform, with the potential for this to be the quote unquote New York of the future, and you are in early. This was a big one, you know. I'm not going to talk about the mana thing. I think it's a very biased game. But the other thing was the whole NFT story was a huge, and not the regular NFTs, but this whole idea of you can own clothing for your identity. I think this was the big spark. This inspired a lot of people of what could be possible. And you guys still to this day, we still here talking about the marketplace and about the whole wearables thing. And it's been 3.5 years. I've been riding this wave, and adding the emotes on top of it was nice. But it's this thing has been around for a long time. So this is not gonna spark the next big interest by people, I think. So there must be something new, and I don't think. I think the biggest problem is, yes, it is, the platform is designed for builders, and it's very difficult to build. Even if you know exactly how to do it, where to start, what you need to do, the friction is still significant. You can't deny this. It's very significant. And unless you can design a whole experience with AI by using language,
No,
then
not
you will,
agreeing with
then you,
I'm a
yeah, well, you
creator,
can
already.
disagree in 1 second.
No, but just let me add this. I'm a creator, I'm an artist, and I use different game engines, and I have passed by many, many, many metaverse platforms. So I know how to build for all game engines. Not a new. I'm an expert, and I can tell you that of course, all the platforms and each one of them, especially if you know Hyper5, this happened, especially since they launch their open source version earlier this year, that it was a nightmare for creators. And before, it was a very, very simple platform for creators to make and build and blah, blah, blah. Especially if you were creating things that you are not going to need to export on a fly all the scene. I mean, you get with your colleagues and you put something together, and that's all. But for example, I was truly amazed to be able to use the Creator Hub this week and see that it had subsurface scattering. And people that knows about what is subsurface scattering, as me, knows that is a really huge thing for a little game engine like the one that has Decentraland. So that's something. All that you can do with the materials right now is level at the same level that what you can do with Blender without I mean, if you are not using in Blender, for example, procedural materials, because of course the procedural materials are not going to work in any game engine. So it's not because it's Decentraland, it's because it's not going to work if you want to work, for example, with Unity workflow or Unreal workflow. It's not going to work. But for the material that, yes, you can use and migrate, and that is the principal base material. If you are a creator, you know which node I am referring and what I am talking. But if not, let's say that is just the attributes that surface material of an object has. And I was absolute delight to see that a lot of it mimics, for example, what you can do with Blender right now. And not only that you can actually export all the full scene, not just in JSON, but also in as a GOV. So I was literally exporting all the tiles of my wall and all these things into Blender in order to understand and work faster. That's a huge step. So of course there's still certain things that annoys as a creator and blah blah blah, but I can tell that right now it's a good thing. It's something that is attracting creators, especially creators like myself that are experts in game engines. And that's all.
I mean, guys, you don't mind if I address this point? I think you are right. I think you are right on one hand, and on the other hand, I don't agree with you because you're proving the point by what you're saying, that this is a highly technical field, and that if you are enjoying this field, you're going to find Decentraland a very easy to create place once you know.
I mean that if someone as me, has that interest, is because it's even easier and even more friendly user for someone that does not have those skills. It's because I know and I am an expert. I can tell you why they are doing this well, not for experts alone, but it's something that, let's say it this way, I can tell it because I am an expert, so I can tell, but it's not because it's oriented to experts, okay? It's oriented to beginners, in fact, the Creator Hub. So if you have a very, very light experience in creating, you can actually use it for those things that I am saying. And you will use it on a way that you even realize that it's something that is for experts. So it's very, very good, because it's not, you don't have to kick your brains in thinking how to fix issues. It's actually faster, and it's actually something that you think, oh yeah, I want to do this, and you can do it. It's something that, for example, right now, as they changed all the system in Hyperfile of how to, if you're building it in Hyperfile, is a pain. It's just a pain. But and it's a pity because Hyperfy was the easier platform to build, faster without any kind of knowledge, and do something relatively
I do
good,
build on Hyperfly, so I can relate to what you're saying. And once again, I don't
Exactly.
disagree with you. If you have a certain level, of knowledge, and if you're have a certain motivation to learn things, Decentraland. I mean, everybody here started on some kind of YouTube video and then took it from there and then kind of build up from there. You're right, but that's not the 98% of the population. This is not those people who are going to buy your clothing items off the marketplace for half the price to arbitrage them to sell them a little bit more expensive, still cheaper than what you sell them originally.
Well, but
These are the
those are
masses of
different
people who are
things.
not going to be learning that stuff.
Yeah, but
But
those are
that's the
different
important thing,
things.
the
You were saying
quantity, the
I was,
people, right?
yeah, but
But
Swiss, you were addressing something for creators and artists, and I was answering from the point of the technical, you were referring to the technical side of the Creator Hub in this case, and as an expert, professional in the field for many, many years, I was answering to that, just the technical question. All the other things and so on, I cannot tell because I am not I'm not an expert in finances, and especially not in blockchain finances. So for that I am very bad.
So Swiss, I'm gonna say this. I'm pretty sure last time I mentioned something like this, I pissed you off, and I'm sorry, but it kind of seems like we're coming back to this again. It seems like your spark was the money, the people, the like what the because in those times that was what was bringing people here, money, the fact that they could make money, and like I think a lot of us that have stuck around here haven't really looked at the money aspect of things. We're looking at the people side of things. We care about the people that are around us. We want the people around us to grow. We want them we want them definitely to make money. We will support any way that we can, but we just don't have the masses here right now that are here to spend all the money on whatever it may be that is out.
There's also other thing that happens, and this I know also because my studies and all these things. That in any metaverse platform, no matter if it's an old one, etc., you can actually look at the beginnings of platforms like the Second Life, Osgrid, Sansar later on, and or even go to the multi-gamer part of it, that is World of Warcraft, and history of the social games. And you will see that always there's also a curve. And it's true that, for example, in these metaverse platforms that are social, but they are with the creator system, with the economic system attached to it, they will be only surviving other, time and efforts and blah, 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 just by increasing a lot of the things, and one of them is the technical aspect of it, but also the social aspect. For example, in the story of Second Life, at the very beginning and during the first years, what they were having the big success is because not only regular people was able to make big money even, but because because that was a little bit later on But the first years of Second Life were a little bit for testing, artists, and educators. So you were finding there a lot of teachers, a lot of universities, nonprofits, and so on, that they were having an interest in in having these new channels of communication, because back then it was no Discord, it was no Skype, it was no way, and one of the first platforms that you were able to watch videos together that were allowing more than 2-3 people in was Second Life. So if you know a little bit of their story, you will know a lot of how, for example, the first years were very rough for that. Of course, at the beginning is the people that gets in with the excitement of the economic system and blah blah blah, but then there's always a fall of a drop that happens because it's a natural thing. It happens also in the real world market. We don't keep the long attention for all the things that are going on. Even Netflix or Prime has nowadays to put advertisement into their product. When, for example, Netflix was a platform of zero advertisement at all, so it's usual that these things happens, but
What's the point you're trying to make?
because you can, of course, if you still unstuck in it, then the after the hype, that is the first hype of anything. The hypes are always bad thing. They are not good things. They are good only for getting the first users in or the first attraction into, but later on it's a bad thing, because major part of these ones will go away, even for many different factors. It does not matter, but it's up to the community that stays in any game, in any in metaverse, in any job. Does not matter. It's a way human brain works. I'm talking of biology in here and neurology related to market.
May I address this and
Yes,
what Sinful said, the two things?
but let me finish, and then yes, that little
I will try.
and little and the thing is that when you achieve that, after that thing, then it's established, it's stabilized, and then is when it can offer a system, a better environment that is like more ¿cómo se llama? Established. It's not equal what I'm looking, but it's balanced, in which you have a good and healthy economic system flowing and social system flowing. But for that, you need the technical tools also as well. And at the same time, you need the people, the community that is going to stay in, to test, to ask, to challenge, etc. And with this, I'm done.
I'm not sure if you're cut off, I'm not hearing you, or if it's a good time to speak.
She obviously said that she's done talking.
I'm sorry. So first of all, Sinful, if I'm not going to spend much more time, I just want to address what you said and what of saying, like, we are like this, but you are like that. This is exactly this type of attitude that is a bit dangerous, because what do you mean? Like, you guys have been speaking about the dangerous, because what do you mean? Like, you guys have been speaking about the, that's it depends on what your field has enough opportunities for. So I don't necessarily gonna be here like representing the capitalism, because I'm not. And I specifically mentioned to you before that I haven't been a mana investor in this whole time. I had some land which was profitable still, but I'm not here for the money. I understand where you're coming from, and generally I agree with you. But I don't like this kind of, we are like this, but you are like that kind of attitude. But this doesn't piss me off. To be honest, I think we are all so different in this conversation here. We are all very tolerant and accepting, and can live with other people expressing themselves or thinking different. But just let this kind of go through your head as well, because if you're saying this to me, you're saying this to everybody else on this call as well.
I
And
I mean,
for the lady, what she's
I
please.
agree with you that like yes, it is like, important to show the possibilities, the passive income possibilities, the way that people can grow on a platform. I agree, but that doesn't need to be all of it. Like any example that you've spoken of, it has been of like just like we're trying to kind of say, like, it's like there are other things that we could do. We could all grow as people. And like, for example, like I'll use myself in this platform. Like I came in 2021. I was a Twitch streamer. I had no community, no nothing, no and fast forward to 2025, I have a vast family of community members here on Decentraland, people that come to my shows and it, I don't make any money off this, but what I do benefit from it is like in the soul, like people coming to my events, like that means the world to me. And like, I don't know, monetary anything that's monetary doesn't compare to that. But I definitely agree. I see. Like it's like, yeah, money makes the world go round, dude. Like I totally understand this. But it's like if I don't know, I feel like there needs to be more action and less talky. Like and in all honesty, if like the like if it's not there right now, it's just not there right now. Like come back at a later date when it is there, or when the masses come back. I don't know. I don't exactly yeah, I mean to help you with your spark, I don't exactly know where to find it here.
Hey, brother, I get you. I totally understand what you mean. And to be honest, like I think Canessa told me about Fortnite. I just want to quickly take this tangent. And I'm the oldest guy on all of Fortnite. I'm telling you, I'm coming there like a grandfather with all the 8 and 14-year-old kids. And
No,
sometimes I'm wondering,
old guy,
like, is this embarrassing?
old guy plays Fortnite, and if your name is old guy and you're playing Fortnite, you must
Great.
be really old.
So there's two of us. And I must tell you, I found one thing that draws me into Fortnite, and it's not the gameplay. I don't like shooters that much because I'm not so good at it. But what I like is that sometimes you find this one or two guys with whom you roll so nicely that you play like 5, 6 games in a row, and everybody just reconfirms, let's play again. This feeling that you want to get back in and do this activity with them, and they protect you, you protect them, and you watch each other, you revive each other. This dynamic is so beautiful that it doesn't matter what game you play. So this thing about people, in my own way, I understand what you mean sinful. But I just quickly also want to address what the lady said before, because she was speaking about other like early metaverse platforms and how to establish a balance and what it takes to make a world work. And I also have to say, I agree. We haven't seen one single example with a balanced digital economy until now, and every single attempt has failed. And the Linden dollar was the only freaking reason people wrote about Second Life back in the days. Every newspaper once a year, they would say, this lady is making $400,000 a year making dresses. And this is how they were getting users. And this is exactly the same what Decentraland did, because that's what draws people in.
Not true.
I mean, I lived it. I've seen it.
Yeah, me too. And on fair hand, and that's why I can tell you. I, for example, entered in Second Life due to the abilities of performance in there. And I did it with the college, with my university. the University of Barcelona. So it's not, I don't know at what time did you enter Second Life, but I am from the early days. So I can tell I can tell a lot of things about research, about all these things. Because I was there not only as a regular user, but as a researcher. And the example of Fortnite was exactly they had exactly the same issues. At the very beginning, they had a very good impact, and a lot of people were coming, but then they fucked it up. Not because they fucked it up, it's because the market sometimes happens that has those fluctuations. Is a regular thing. I mean, the market not in the capitalism way only, but also the market in the sense of social market, the ability of going to find new places, people, blah, 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 all these things. I mean, the social also as well as the economical. And they had also this big thing that went down that early. They were thinking even to maybe close. But after that, they passed that thing. They I don't remember the strategies that they use it for it. So I'm not going to refer to that, but I know that they were using a lot of good strategies to pull in again the spark. In nowadays is Fortnite, you know. You want to be there not because sometimes it's a shooter game, because it also offers experiences that are not a shooter game at all. And or you can have also experiences as the beautiful one that you describe it. So that's very good. As in, and yeah, and that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Arjun and Swiss. Sorry about that. Please finish your thought. Let's allow everyone to finish thoughts here, just so people don't get mad.
To be honest, like I think I managed to finish the thought. So if you guys want to continue, please go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I think we have all grown a little bit sinful over the last 2 years, and I'm hopeful that I have also been able to grow a little bit like you did, and we're not gonna get mad about a beautiful conversation about the topic we more or less enjoy. So, but I appreciate you giving me the option, man. That's what a great moderator does, man. Thank you.
Could we maybe possibly Aaron came back up? He was up for a little bit and dropped back down. I'd love to hear what Aaron has to say.
Thanks, Vanessa. Yeah, man, Swiss, I'm a longtime fan. I was one of the first people to buy your tuxedos back in the day. I still rep it at formal events that we have in Decentraland. So definitely shout out to you. Good to see you back. But there's good news and bad news, I guess, that I could say to maybe try to answer your question. The bad news is the spark that you're looking for is not here 100%. But the good news is that I think there's what Sinful was saying is that there are other sparks that I see that are pretty remarkable. And one of the and so with Argent saying, basically making things have become a lot easier to build, because earlier on, yes, very, very, very hard. I mean, I even remember I was watching some of your videos trying to learn how to build stuff too back in the day. But there's a lot of stuff that went down that you kind of miss the context of, that there's a lot of kind of frustration and resentment. But the thing is, that's kind of cool about it is that the people that are here, like a lot of, basically I'm looking through this entire community right now, and like we went through it, and like we're going, out the other end of it. And I think it's pretty cool. and I see a lot of signs of new sparks coming. Like the thing that I think Decentraland did, which was pretty. I mean, I'm sure Second Life and VR Chat have done it as well, but they've created the whole like a kind of, to me, it's a different space of just kind of like the events thing. I think that obviously is the backbone right now still of Decentraland, and I think that'll never go away. And it was something innovative, and it's like, just as an example, like Sinful's event had recently. I get a DM, from Toxic Wife who tell me about it, and it's like, hell yeah, Sinful is having his event, and it's like, it would suck, like in real life I wouldn't be able to go fly to his house, like because I'm broke. So it's like, but I could still go, celebrate his birthday with him, and all that, because it's like this kind of utility, which is really cool. So like that's something that I think is like a spark for a lot of people, and it keeps
I mean, you sound pretty bullish, man. I'm really, really surprised.
Did we lose Aaron? I don't know.
I think we lost him at the end of that sentence.
Aaron, are you talking?
I cannot hear him.
Yeah, sometimes you can't tell if you're the only one that can't hear him. I do not hear him. Maybe give it a second or drop down and come back up, Aaron.
He was having the same issue maybe
But
that I
wow.
was having before with the microphone and all this shit.
But Aaron saying these type of things, I have to take it seriously, because we have been on the same page on many issues, and hearing his
Yeah,
positive take,
I hear you, because
that's quite
for
something.
example,
Argent,
for example,
let Swift finish. Yeah,
sí,
pass it.
sí, sí.
Yeah, that's it, man. But look, he's back. I think Aaron is connecting again.
Perhaps. All right, take it away, Argent. Sorry about that. Just want to allow everyone the time.
Oh, that I understand that also is a good thing. The thing is that all the people that is, or it should be like that, in the Decentraland right now, it should be plus 18. Some of them, yes, will be only there just because it's a fun game to be. But of course, major part of the appealing of, for example, Decentraland is that it's an NFT metaverse platform, and that is a eco-social serious game.
Definitely can be. That reminds me of old guy's question to the Dow Council: is this a game or a business? That was a great question, old guy. Let's pass it back to Aaron. That I see, and now that I see it came back up.
Hey guys, what part did I cut out? I'm sorry.
I think was it he was like describing like a whole nother spark within the.
He was saying that the events is the big thing right now, and people are like happy to meet in world because they cannot see each other in real life, and that the big thing right now for Decentraland is push those events. They become kind of the new narrative, and this is the new spark. And then at some point you cut off on that sentence.
Okay, good. Because I was like, damn, I just like said, all right, cool, that's good. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like right now, to me, that's like the backbone of Decentraland. But also a lot of things that I guess is kind of like two I call it game of DAOs. Like a lot of stuff went down that was kind of like them doing the new SDK, and then like a lot of things were being held up in terms of just random red tape stuff for people that were trying to build. And in the past, like I would say year, man, like a lot of that stuff has, and everyone has a different opinion, but in my opinion, it's for the best. Things are going, it's a lot more efficient and easier, and there's like better points of communication. And like not only are like now things moving finally that we've been working on trying to build, like we finished, you're talking about Fortnite, we just finished our PvP, and we're gonna like try to throw an event soon with it and stuff. But also, the linked wearable thing, because I still thought my spark was like, proving the utility of NFTs being able to be linked into separate different games and metaverses and stuff. So it's kind of like you get to own something, not just one game, but multiple games. Those things to me are like finally like being able to be possible now. But also other people that I'm talking to that have been building all these years, they're finishing things as well, like PVEs and stuff. So I think that there are other sparks that are going to start becoming to fruition. And like I said, the answer sadly is no. Those types of sparks aren't here right now. But I do think that there's going to be like there was rock and roll, and then it died for a while, and then there was like hair metal and metal, and then it died for a while. And then there's punk rock. I think our second wave is coming, and the people that are still building are still building. And the best part is like it's the people that I have the most faith in, because you're right, the money is pretty much gone, and that's the best time, is because then it's like, okay, now it's like the people that are serious and not kind of doing things biasedly, just trying to do a quick bag. All those people have pretty much left. So I kind of like that's kind of like my spark, I guess. And I think that I don't know if what I'm telling you is like totally bad news, but I think it's like, if it's not here, but I think it may be here, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Aaron, we will get you your linked wearables, I
Aaron,
promise. Go ahead, Swiss.
I just wanted to say, Aaron, because he didn't hear it, I want to acknowledge that I find him extremely bullish. I did not expect such a positive twist here. So definitely you are on the positive side. I just want to raise one last question. I think everybody is kind of expert enough in this round now to talk about this. I think we cannot deny the fact that the future of this industry, independent whether Decentraland will actually be able to execute on it or not, it's going to be connected to vibe coding and to AI, one or the other or both. And it has to happen now, 6 months, maybe a year. I cannot see any other future for this space because everything else is embracing this technology. So what does this mean? Does this mean that you can create a concept in ChatGPT of a world and then you pass it on to Decentraland and it creates that world for you? It sounds almost like it's impossible, right? But we've said this about video and photos 2 years ago as well.
Well,
So I think it's inevitable that this has to come into fruition somehow. The question is, can Decentraland do this soon enough, or is somebody else going to come and steal that cake? And is the community going to be important enough? Should that happen?
Switch. I'm not sure if you know this, but already Decentraland was one of the first NFT metaverses that actually had an AI avatar running away in that was popping in certain lands and all these things, like the like one of the first. So the technology is already there, and I can tell you what you are going on for that. But you need to know that in-game engines, for example, like Unreal and Unity, you can use artificial intelligence for certain part of it, but you cannot create, for example, an entire game right now in Unreal or with and it's a not good thing neither, because the problem of creating with AI is that at a copyright level for artists and all this shit, is that you don't hold the copyrights of that. So it's a bad thing, you know. You can use it at certain levels, for example, to create non-playable characters, NPCs, like the one that I was telling you that runs since I don't know 2-3 years in Decentraland right now. I remember that I saw this character first time in before the Central Music Festival in 23, that I think Sinful or Caressa or someone in the CBD showed me this character was possible and that was alive.
Are you talking about the old guy walking around the central plaza? Are you talking about this
Oh,
dude or what?
I don't remember. Maybe
No,
simple.
I think the example that Arjun is referring to is Viola. But for even more recent example, I mean, Toxic Waifu and Mean Green Doge have developed, or Mean Green Doge has developed. Toxic Waifu is training him. We have Spongetron out and about in the Decentraland, and Mean Green Doge will bring him to parties and stuff, and we all love to like talk to him, and he has like his own personality and stuff like that. I mean, so it is possible. I mean, I've heard whispers or just like like just Foundation hinting towards like that they're looking into AI development, seeing how they can integrate it with the Decentraland. So I mean, to your question, I mean, like I think it was like, will Decentraland be the first to capitalize on it or anything like that? No, I don't think so. I think Decentraland has other focuses. I feel like AI will be a part of it, will be a part of Decentraland at one point, but I don't think they're in the AI race to be the first and the best. Or maybe they're not in the race to be the first, but maybe they'll be in the race to be the best. Who knows?
But isn't that exactly something to be concerned about right now? Because I don't see any other narrative that is technologically more important than this whole vibe AI kind of movement, right? I mean, we are
No,
seeing a little bit on Twitter of what Ash is posting from Hyperfy, that they can generate 3D assets through text prompt in World.
but
Isn't this the most obvious direction that 3D assets creation has to go to get
no, but
everybody to be creative, not just
absolutely.
the experts? You know?
Swiss, absolutely no, because I can tell you, uh, even when it's a suite that they put you as for creators, that thing of the yeah, you can create the thing is that actually none of the actual, and I also use AI, so I can tell you none of the actual AIs for game engines works correctly to do optimized scenes and assets for games. None of them. All of them, you have to take the assets and then go to a 3D design app like Maya or Blender or your favorite one, and then topologize and then do it, re-rig it or whatever you need, or animate it. So it's actually a nightmare to use
Yeah, but
that kind of thing. No,
people had
that is
12
not.
fingers a year ago, right?
Let
People
me
had
finish
12
this.
fingers a year ago, and now they're perfect. Right?
Let me. No, it's not. I can tell you. Not because. Just do a proper research on that, and you will know. And
I do my proper
even
research, and
when
I know.
no, you don't, because if not, you will know you will know that I am telling you something that is the decay of
But,
why is not at all important
but it's not important
right
what's
now.
today. What's important is what's
What
in
is
2-3 months.
not 3 nor 1 year is not important at all. What you want from AI right now that is important are, for example, things to moderate, not to create, is to moderate, is to make the render in lifetime like faster, the process faster, is to achieve other things that has not anything a bite to be with the thing of creating for. But for example, if you can train me an AI to actually be the perfect moderator for an event that I am running live, and I don't have enough hands to actually be for the people or talking with the people, because maybe I'm one team only doing the event and so on. And you can have there a support of an AI that is doing that for you, and actually good and moderate and be a good host for everyone and all this shit. That, yes. But actually that is something that is like a second thing to the main thing, that in this case, for example, is moderation tools that actually works and are good. That is important. That is made with AI is secondary. Truly, is the importance, not now, not 1 year, not in 5 years. The AI is just but a tool, and as a tool, you can use it as a many different ways.
Exactly.
And for creators right now, and it's not going to change in the near future, it's a bad idea, because what you are generating with a prompt, you cannot register it and have copyrights.
So it's about protecting the creators and copyrights. I see you're coming from this angle, and there may be
that's why it's zero important for a creator. For a creator, it's zero important. Zero.
Maybe.
No, maybe no. It's zero
But
important.
in the web,
but if you're not a creator,
in the Web3 space,
if you're doing this as a hobby thing, or doing, like a quick thing, because you're not really a creator, you are, for example, someone that wants to make a store for selling your things or whatever, then yes, it's a good thing. But for a creator, an artist, no, it's the worst.
So the thing is, you guys speak about Web3 and permissionless and no control. Everybody has equal rights. And then you cannot be insisting, it's difficult to insist on perfectly working old school copyright rules, because Web3 space is exactly the opposite of this.
It's not true.
If you want to have control and Web3 rights, you need to go to Web2, because this is where this is working. In Web3, everybody can copy anything, say anything, and nobody can stop it. That's the whole point of it.
No, it's not true. Web3, if you have that definition, change it and look at it, because it's not true. One thing is open source, okay? And most of the projects that you're referring and that they are open source, okay? But you don't have to confuse the license that they have with actually that because it's Web3, is already free to take, because it's not. NFT by definition is the technology is sell to artists in order to have another way to register their artworks, for example. Another way, because it's neither that important, but it's another way to do it. So by definition, Web3 is sell to artists and creators to protect their works against what you were saying. Because Web3 technology,
I see where you're coming from. You're talking about the NFT idea. I see.
It's not only the NFT.
I mean, you have to allow me to interject a little bit so we have a conversation, not a monologue. Otherwise, we'll speak.
The NFT idea. Well, I'm happy to make you then this monologue, because I can tell that you are very, very bad.
Well, I'm giving you the counter argument, so you have something out of it.
No, the thing is that what I'm trying, and I was trying to do it the more gentle and proper way, is to actually inform you of how mistaken your words are. And you don't need when you say that it's free, all these things, you cannot say that, because then what you're showing is how little you know about the technology that you are talking on.
Well, can you tell me what's wrong with my point
I
that I
told
made?
you already, but you don't want to listen, it seems. So
Okay, so I want to give a
No, to be honest, I think
to this. I'm going to close the space down in about 5 minutes. It's been 5 hours. Canessa and I need to eat and do stuff with life. Yep, 5 minute warning. Please continue. I'm sorry. Swiss, I believe it was you that I just cut off. Sorry.
so. I think I understand, Argent, what you are saying. Yes, there is a protection mechanism for artists to define some kind of ownership and some kind of origin of the idea, and the NFT space was kind of creating this avenue. I agree with you there. I didn't think of it right away, but then I passed this thought on to you as well. So I give you this. But the whole concept of Web3 is permissionless activity on the web, right? You're supposed to be able to build anything in Decentraland without asking for permission. If I have to go ask if I can sell my NFT that I bought on the marketplace for 10, if I can sell it for 5, that's not Web3, that's Web2. That means somebody's setting the rules and I'm not free to do with my assets what I want to do. And I think this is the mistake some of you guys are making when you're thinking this way. No, there are no rules. Unless you create an ecosystem with rules, and NFTs are these little ecosystems with rules, and as long as you live in that space, then it works. But I think for the most part, in the metaverse, I think the future is going to be you can either be in a place like Hyperfy, where you have an open world that anybody can come to, or you have these maps with organized communities where you can own a piece of, like in a Decentraland plot. And then the question is, normal people are not going to go to build something with Blender. Normal people are not even going to go download finished assets of some kind of 3D marketplace. I think we've tried all of this. People didn't pick up on this idea. Modular buildings didn't pick up on this idea. It doesn't work. But this whole AI movement that we are seeing is moving so fast. It's not like months or years. We're talking about days, weeks, 10 days. We're talking in this type of time frame. And so many teams have been trying to create a tool to reliably create good assets with 3D. And I couldn't find one that works really well. I agree with you there. It's not there yet, but I'm 100% confident. And we have this on the recording, session 170. We're going to come back to this if you like. And I'm sure in a couple of months, there is going to be a tool, there's going to be a place where you can create your own world based off text. And then everybody will be empowered to create. And then we will see who is truly an artist, who is truly creative, who can survive in a space where anybody can create any video, any kind of image, any kind of song, and now also any kind of 3D world. I think it's coming very soon.
So, Swiss, one thing, are you going to join us for the vibe coding hackathon? Because that would be awesome if you came when that starts, and just like take all of the passion that I'm hearing and learn the tools to make it happen.
I just might, if there is actually somebody's going to teach us all the tools beyond Cursor, how to use it. I would be actually interested because I couldn't figure it out.
Okay, awesome. I think stay tuned. Make sure you follow the Decentraland DAO X page, and I'm sure that you'll see more announcements about it. It was just announced last week, so glad to have your input. And yeah, I guess that's like probably the best way to get your hands dirty on it and push the platform forward if that's that's what you want to do.
I must say, I have to respect your way of channeling my energy into something productive. It's quite good. You're obviously a teacher.
I mean, a room full of 16-year-olds is much more intimidating. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that you spent your energy and your time here with us. A lot of times, like, differing opinions can feel confrontational, but they're also like they translate to passion. And the worst thing in the world is just somebody that's quiet, somebody that's not here, somebody that's still showing up and speaking with passion in their voice. It's like, all right, you still care. There's some part of you that wants to see this evolve past where it's at. I think it's a work in progress, and it'll never be fully probably what wants everybody wants it to be, but I think I'd rather have a work in progress than steal a brain rot at this point. Just me. Not saying steal a brain.
I need to sell my white Decentraland jacket to you for a decent markup, so I have to support it.
Well, I got your tux, so I'm a supporter.
I think that would be a good note to end on. What do you think, Vanessa?
I think so. I'm over my time. I'm about to get eaten alive over here.
Yeah, something tells me the kids are about to like overthrow you here shortly.
Yeah, they are.
All right. So I mean, I kind of have to have a meeting, so I kind of got to bounce. So I'll just give it to you, Canessa, for any final thoughts.
Yeah, I think just maybe go through the catalog for today. Right now we're at DJ Lost Cat. Chords are 66 -140, and then the Saturday roster starts. We've got ABC Decentraland, and then after that this evening Crypto Minotaur. So make sure you jump in tomorrow. I think that there is Lazy Sundays, and then Monday on Monday, and MoFi on Monday, and then Mew Monday. So it's pretty busy, and Toxic Tuesdays. So yeah, I think that's like the next few days at least. If you guys, yeah, make sure you're keeping an eye on deadlines. If there's any of the build-a-thons, Fright Night is coming up, Music Fest, and then the emote, the GIF competition, and then also the hackathon. So four competitive, or not competitive, but four things that you can be signing up for right now to be building in the near future, at least until Christmas, and then hopefully, hopefully we get a little break. So thank you so much, everybody, for showing up today. It's been a great space, productive. Sin, did you mess with your mic for a second?
Yeah, I did accidentally. Sorry.
Okay, quiet in the back. No, thank you everybody for being here. Yeah, if you guys do have questions about building, don't forget Dr. Krillo has office hours every week, and then also Mr. J.S. Tickle has office hours every week. And if there's something specific, I know they just took a poll in the Decentraland Discord of what you want them to cover next. So make sure if you want to go vote on that, you can. Otherwise, bug them in the DMs, and then Art Week is going to be here before we know it. So thank you so much, everybody. Have a great week. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Canessa.
See you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. And yeah, just for the Beyond the NFT short shill, we have Rob Nichols, a veteran hip hop artist, coming through. And yeah, it's kind of cool. We have a pipeline of Beyond the NFT guests for this whole month. So very excited to introduce these individuals to every single one of you. All right, take care, everyone. Love you all. Make sure to hit Los Cats Rent right now. We are at 66, -141. And then followed by ABC Decentraland Tours with Billy T Coin and our good friend Oddjob. And then after that, as Canessa mentioned, MetaTribe Plaza Neighborhood Party with Crypto Minotaur, and then Metaverse After Hours with Austin DeShenny. Everyone, please make sure to show some love to Austin DeShenny. In reality, that's an individual that has recently come in and has had the open mind to want to explore what this space has to offer, not only just Decentraland, but all of Web3. From what my understanding, my conversations with him, it's he's new to all this and he wants to learn, and you can see the passion. Last night and Austin, if you listen to this, I just think that this was so beautiful, so I want to share it with everyone. Austin was telling me about how he is inspired by every single one of you in our community that are building, growing every week, hosting events, and yeah, just trying to push the boundaries. And he wants to be part of it as well. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Have a great